Chapter 1813. Daoist Pang shook his head regretfully. Unfortunately, time is too tight. A mere 100 years isn't enough to transfer some people over from heaven's choice. White Brow also said, actually, you don't have to send so many sun spirits. It's too far away, and it's inconvenient to move them back and forth. If you had told us earlier, we could have gathered some sun spirits for you. It's better to leave the main force in this realm. Lu Xiaoyi smiled bitterly. It wasn't that no one had mentioned this when they were at the fifth ring, but even more people opposed it. It involved the pride of the fifth ring and a lot of psychological things, so it couldn't be considered completely from a tactical point of view. They were all on the same side, so some problems could be discussed more clearly, including some tactical problems after the war began. White Brow shook his head. Hung River is too quiet. It's so quiet that it makes people feel uneasy. It's so quiet that I don't know where their confidence comes from. If they had pulled us out to compete with them in the void, even if we were at a disadvantage, we would at least have some clues. How could it be like this? White Brow's words were actually what most people were thinking. Black Dragon hit the nail on the head. To be honest, I just don't know where their reinforcements are coming from. Although we haven't entered the inner space of Hung River realm in all these years, our surveillance in the outer space has never stopped. It's really strange that we haven't found the source at all. There was a limit to tactics, and they had to conform to the principles of the art of war. But there was no limit to foreign aid. There was no way to figure it out. This was the most difficult direction, and there was no way to guess it. Lu Xiaoyi reminded them, the people of Henghe are very good at spatial manipulation, especially in extra-dimensional spaces. Everyone has to pay attention to this point. They've been preparing for this for more than 100 years. Qing Yangzi smiled. No matter. Who doesn't know how to use space? There are countless ways to restrict space. If we really fight, no one will be able to use space. Hung River realm's space techniques aren't pure. You don't have to worry about that. This was the confidence of orthodox Taoism, which came from being the master of the universe's cultivation world for millions of years. This was also the confidence of most of the cultivators present. Although no one said it out loud, no one thought that this was going to be a complicated war. These young spirits who had come from afar were all experts who were good at fighting. If they didn't have considerable strength, they wouldn't have been sent because they would stand on the big stage of the eastern sky and be scrutinized by others. An individual's forbidden arts, secret arts, and consummate skills were the basics. What's more, one's own art of truth came from different sects in different realms. Thus, they were confident that they would win. Taoist Pang asked with a smile, where is Lord Lu going? Should he stay here and organize the Battle of Hung River? Or return to the fifth ring to deal with a possible attack from Hung River? Lu Xiaoyi said honestly, to be fair, I should go back to fifth ring, because the possibility of something happening there was far greater than here. But the problem is that as the one who called for this big operation, if I wasn't present when the war was about to start, I was afraid that I would leave something for others to talk about. We won't say anything. After all, no matter where we fight, the goal is the same. But what about the others? The floating of the anchor chain shows a tendency to draw closer, and the light of Buddhism only wishes for the world to be in chaos. In this kind of complicated situation, I'm afraid I won't be able to escape. Let's see how it goes. If everything goes smoothly, we'll find a chance to return to fifth ring. He actually didn't say one more thing, which was that he was afraid that after those freaks of interior tier came down, Qing Xian alone wouldn't be able to control the situation. These people could still restrain themselves slightly in the interior heaven because there were a great many second severance great cultivators there, but once they returned to the main world, with their arrogance and natural disposition, how could they possibly command as one as an army? It was impossible for them to bring disaster to the mortal world, but in the main world's cultivation world, it was almost inevitable that they would cause some trouble. Although no one would say the various chains of disdain in the cultivation world, they really did exist. Among them, the most fatal circle was between the main world's young spirits and these so-called freaks. One was proud and arrogant, and had an unlimited future. The other was depressed, and had a solid present. It was inevitable that they didn't see eye to eye with each other. Even if he was the convener, moving between these realms, he could faintly feel this kind of atmosphere. There were many young spirits who wanted to weigh his weight. If it weren't for his good interpersonal skills, his ability to speak and act, and his constant restraint due to the lack of time, and his relationship with these realms, he would probably have reached out to compete with them long ago. It was easy to deal with one person, but if a group of people came down, disputes would be everywhere, so how could it be easily controlled? He stayed in the beast territory, and didn't go to the negative space to meet up with Fifth Ring Juzian's natural choice group. There was no need. Before leaving, he had a last secret talk with Guandu and Qing Yangzi. Qing Yangzi looked at him. How do you feel? I see that you don't seem optimistic. This old Daoist was really good at reading people, so Lu Xiaoyi didn't have anything to hide. I don't know why, either, but from the day I started planning, I was truly complacent. As the plan progressed normally, this kind of self-confidence became weaker and weaker. It shouldn't be like this. I successfully pulled over all the realms in the plan. No matter what the method was, the goal was achieved. In terms of strength, it can no longer be described as crushing. It should be plowing the courtyard and sweeping the acupoint. But I don't feel like this. It's not that I feel like I will fail, but that it will be very difficult. But I can't figure out where this difficulty comes from. The three of them were silent. The universe was too big, and there were too many secrets. It wasn't something that cultivators could know. Even if they had reached the peak of cultivation in the main world, the more they knew, the more they didn't know. Guandu snorted. Realms, races, nothing more. Why think so much? If you thought too much 100 years ago, would you have started this world-ending war? Hung River, you must teach them a lesson that will never be extinguished. Establish an alliance so that the fifth ring won't be hated by everyone. What you did in Darfar was right, but the rest can only be done with the sword. Difficulties can't be solved by thinking. Lu Xiaoyi nodded guiltily. He still had a lot to learn from these old cultivators. His advantage was that he still had time, but these old cultivators didn't have time to get close to the young people. Qing Yangzi sighed. Don't blame them. After all, he and Qing Xian are still young. The two of them started the trouble, and the responsibility on their shoulders is too great. At our age, we haven't stirred up such a big storm in more than 4,000 years. Compared to them, we are too far away. Little Yi, you and Qing Xian are only worried about the fifth ring, but as someone who has been there before, I want to tell you that you must believe in your fifth ring companion. Believe that they can deal with the crisis alone. Don't have the thought of returning to the fifth ring after everything goes smoothly here. Just stay here. Your mission is to break open the Hung River realm. After dealing with the Hung River, what's the point of some mishaps in the fifth ring? Every one of us has our own responsibilities. You have already done what you should do very well. You must give others a chance to perform. We can't rely on one person to survive. Even Li Wuya from 20,000 years ago couldn't do this. Chapter 1814. When Lu Xiaoyi had the time, he would chat with the Black Dragon all day long. When he had completely abandoned his past burdens, the Black Dragon became closer to him instead. Senior brother is a man of his word. I feel too much pressure when I'm with him. To be honest, I don't want to be with him. Because consciously or unconsciously, all the light belongs to him. Black Dragon explained its relationship with Crow Ancestor in this way. This was very normal. Every cultivator with dreams and self-awareness would think this way. If it only wanted to be a follower, it would not be able to reach this step. You've seen the wild boar. Everyone has their own way of living. Now that it has fulfilled its wish, it has something to look forward to. I've never looked for it because I don't want to affect it. Its abilities are too rough and it's not suitable to join us. Lu Xiaoyi nodded. Listening to Black Dragon's story, his mood slowly calmed down. Regarding reincarnation, in the cultivation world, there had never been a fixed procedure. Changes were everywhere and abnormalities would always appear when you least expect it. Those so-called reincarnation laws were only suitable for the majority of people. However, there were many special cases. The heavenly Tao bestowed countless opportunities, and he was just one of them. Our ancient race doesn't have reincarnation, but after living for a long time, we've heard more. The higher the realm, the more variables there are in reincarnation. In Yuaniing and perfected monarch, the reincarnation laws in the cultivation world are basically not bad. But if you take a step forward, the reincarnation laws will become disorderly. There's no conclusion and it's determined by the person. Lu Xiaoyi listened quietly. He really needed the knowledge of these ancient creatures so that he could understand the essence of this universe better. Whether immortals can reincarnate or not, this is a mystery that no one knows. Some say yes, because of the immortal's legacy in the previous life. There are immortal roots, immortal meridians. Some say no, because the reincarnation Tao stops at the immortal level. When the past, present, and future become one, there's no past. Then what's the point of reincarnation? There are different opinions and each has their own reasons. You can't listen to these words. The more you listen, the more confused you get. Black Dragon laughed. Luckily I'm a dragon and don't have to consider the troubles of you humans. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll be more troubled than you. It takes a lot of courage for you to be able to cut off the past. Regardless of whether it's right or wrong, at the very least, you have your own sense of self. This is very important. I don't know how you did it, but it's the first time I've heard that a human cultivator could break with his past. Therefore, it's another mystery how the great Tao of reincarnation works on you. Except for you, no one can figure it out. Lu Xiaoyi smiled bitterly. Actually, it's not completely severed. I think that since it's a fact, I can't deliberately erase it. I just don't want to rely on it. He didn't want to live like it. However, the reason why I was able to reach this point in my cultivation journey is because of the help of this pass. This was also the truth. I couldn't just turn around and deny it after receiving benefits, right? Acknowledge it and walk your own path. That's what I'm thinking. I just don't know if I can continue like this in the future. Black Dragon looked at him. You can do it. But even if you do, you may never be able to awaken those memories. The secrets hidden in history. Aren't you curious? Lu Xiaoyi sneered. I'm curious. But there are actually two ways to know these secrets. One is to inherit the memories, which is very easy. The other is to unearth them yourself, which is very challenging. I like challenging goals. Reincarnation, within a certain realm, had a pattern. But beyond this range, it would become blurry. Now, it seemed that this range was between nascent soul and true monarch. The lower one was mortal, and the higher one was immortal. The so-called pattern of reincarnation was a joke. It didn't seem difficult to understand. What the Black Dragon meant was that after becoming a half-immortal, the rules of reincarnation would change, and it would be easier to be influenced by various reasons. If he consciously banished a certain memory, then it was very likely that he would still inherit some karma from his previous life, but he would not be able to get help from the past. For the sake of independence, for the sake of oneself, was such a choice wise enough? The path would be more rugged and uneven as one went up. One path would be more difficult, while the other path would at least allow him to borrow some strength. Different people had different pursuits. His opponents wouldn't lessen the pressure on him just because he chose an ordinary young master from Lu province. Was it worth it? Lu Xiaoyi didn't know. He only knew that by making such a choice, he had at least avoided a big trap. The change of the era, the chaos of the universe, the confusion of the past, and the great challenges of the future, the pressure of the sect, his own cultivation. When all these were mixed together, the road to the upper realm that seemed clear became even more difficult and dangerous. It was nothing. Compared to what he wanted to do in the future, these were nothing. Black Dragon revealed a rare melancholy expression. Actually, every living creature in the cultivation world is confused now. Not only you, not only humans. After all, no one knows what the change of the era is like. Hihi, so what if they are immortals? They might be even more restless than you and me. What is the right thing to do? Or to do nothing? Or to fight? Or not to fight? Until the end, who can say for sure? You human monsters are fighting for the 36 innate great Taos, but what makes you think that the new universe must have these 36 innate great Taos? Can't new great Taos appear? Can't it be 48 or 24 innate great Taos? Fighting for nothing, with the characteristics of the heavenly Tao, it might not be impossible. Lu Xiaoyi felt the same way. He realized that although Old Black was a dragon, the kind that was full of brute force, looking at the problem from the perspective of an ancient beast was also very deep. So, let's do as we please. Since the future is uncertain, why should we fix our thinking? An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Be your true self, at least you won't feel aggrieved. His days in the beast territory became casual. Lu Xiaoyi no longer thought about the 5 rings, about the reinforcements from the Henghe realm. He was very sure that he had to start a war against the Henghe realm. If he didn't, he wouldn't be able to have a clear mind. For many things, those who died in the War of the 5 Rings, and also for a white poplar. He waited quietly. Slowly, more and more young god beasts gathered in the beast territory. Slowly, his intuition that the great Tao was about to collapse became stronger and stronger. Everything became clear. The restless aura floated in the void, while the Henghe realm was still so calm, forming a sharp contrast. This was a great era. There were big events, and good opponent. What was there to be dissatisfied with? P.S. I recommend a book, No Regrets in This Life, written by my book friend Stephen. It's very good. The new book is difficult. Everyone, help me and make the numbers look better. Chapter 1815. Ice Guest Sword and Li Shangyang once again came to the familiar land of exile. They could not even remember how many times they had come here. They remembered that when they had just become Yuanying, they were curious about the negative space, so they often came here to appreciate the different sky. This was the first time they had come here after becoming supreme, because there was no longer any novelty. The land of exile was still the same. Even the friends they used to know were mostly taken away by time, making them feel like they were just passers-by, without the slightest feeling of revisiting an old place. I hate this feeling. When the realm is high, people feel more lonely. It's better to be on a warm beach with people coming and going around. Ice Guest Sword was very emotional. Li Shangyang snorted, "That's why I said you are useless. You will only be like this for the rest of your life. How many people want to be lonely but can't get it, but you are pretending here." Their mission was to ensure that the land of exile would not become a springboard for the enemy to attack Xiao Mountain. Actually, this mission was not difficult, because the passage was controlled by Shen Yuan. No matter who entered or left, they would go through a strict qualification check. Xiao Mountain would automatically close if there was any movement, to prevent people from fishing in troubled waters. It was actually very safe, but Big Sister wanted to be safer, so the two of them were sent here, far away from the main group. Ice Guest Sword was very depressed. "Do I look tired of fighting? Is it that obvious? Big Sister keeps pushing us to a safe place. They also want to save face." Li Shangyang mercilessly exposed him. "It's not obvious. It's not obvious that you are tired of fighting. It's obvious that you are very afraid of death. You are just short of writing the words 'go out and kill me' on top of your head. Do you need face? You never have, okay? Xuanyuan's biggest mistake was to waste resources on a piece of trash like you. It would be better to use these resources to raise a demon beast. At least when the enemy comes, it can show its teeth. The only thing I agree with is that Big Sister is really wrong this time. She will never understand that as long as there is a place like you, it will definitely not be safe, and there will only be a slim chance of survival. What sins did I commit in my previous life that I can't get rid of a scourge like you even after cultivating for my whole life?" They had been stumbling for thousands of years. This was already their daily routine. It was hard to imagine that there would be a day when no one would stumble. How would the remaining people persevere? These vicious trash talk had become the motivation for them to continue living. They just didn't know it. After Li Shisha finished his rant, he felt a little better. "Considering that you've always been a jinx, something bad will definitely happen in this trip to the exile. I have to gather all the sects here and send them out. I can't slack off in the slightest. I've always wanted to prove my worth in a certain war, and this might be my chance. Ice Guest Sword's face had been scolded by his companions for thousands of years. He was very serious. Young man, don't always say that I'm unlucky. All these years, I've been thinking about a problem. Did I bring all this trouble and danger to you? Or is this your hidden attribute? When I was alone, there weren't so many unforeseen events. Why is it that when I'm with you, it's as if I'm going to reincarnate at any time? I may have acted like a coward, but at least I was honest. Unlike you, you're obviously scared, but you pretend you're not and push me to the front. Value? What value do you have? From a young man to a middle-aged man, and now you're old. Don't bully me because you're poor. You're poor because you were born poor. You didn't accumulate good karma in your previous life. It's all up to the heavens. With your character, do you think the heavens will waste time looking at you? The two of them found comfort in their quarrel. They seriously gathered the few large forces and the scattered small sects in the land of exile. Heaven-defying sect, GU Alliance, Blood River sect. They arranged their levels, and with the land of exile as the center, they would patrol the space within a 1-month radius all day without any difference. They also set up a reliable communication system, and did not let go of any clues. A month's distance was a little short, but there was no other way. Because there were only a few true monarchs in the exile. There were many Yuaniing, but they couldn't go too far. With their abilities, it was very difficult for them to face the anti-space void beasts. There was a huge difference in strength between them and the orthodoxies of the main world. It was just an early warning. They didn't expect them to face the enemy. After everything was arranged, they stayed in the exile. This was not because they were lazy, but because the two of them were not very useful in patrolling the universe. It was better to stay in the exile and be responsible for gathering information. If there were any abnormalities, they would have to verify it personally. The two of them wandered in the sky above the exile. Young Lee had been with this guy for a long time and had developed an excellent habit, which was to not be at ease. He was so paranoid that he couldn't control himself. I still don't think it's safe. If they find something in the outer space, can the two of us confirm it? Maybe it's just meat buns. Also, if the news reaches here, how can it be quickly sent back to Xiao Mountain? It takes time to pass through the passage. If someone blocks us, we may not be able to go back. Ice Guest Sword was speechless. This guy was getting more and more cowardly. There's no other way. How can two hairy people like us control a realm and the surrounding space? If a young spirit cultivator really breaks in, I don't think the two of us will be of much use. Life and death are small matters, but Xiao Mountain is more important. I feel that it's not reliable to use normal methods to deal with possible attacks. Think about it, if a strong enemy really attacks, the ones leading will definitely be those young spirits. What's the use of us patrolling the network outside? Not to mention them, even the two of us will be useless. Young Lee nodded, which was rare. You're finally saying something reasonable. Now, let's think about it carefully. Can we find a clever way to safely and securely spread the news? Ice Guest Sword asked, should we be safe first? Or should we spread the news first? Young Lee gritted his teeth. Before he could speak, Ice Guest Sword interrupted him. I understand. My life is in my own hands, not the heavens. I feel that your 2 catchphrases are not enough. You should add one more. After 100 years, you'll be a coward again. The two of them wandered aimlessly in the air, thinking hard. Unknowingly, a year later, they subconsciously arrived in front of the spatial rift. This was the place where Master Lu had left. It had a special meaning to them. Thus, they admired the strange appearance of the rift while talking nonsense. Young Lee sighed with emotion. Master Lu is really bold. He dared to barge into such a spatial rift alone and even made it out alive. Ice Guest Sword looked at him as if he was ignorant. Master Lu is not bold, but he has a sense of responsibility. He has a purpose. If it wasn't to investigate the spies in the land of exile, he wouldn't have put himself in danger so easily. Young Lee was shocked. Spies? There's such a thing in the land of exile? As the two of them spoke, their expressions began to change drastically. They suddenly realized that they seemed to have found a huge secret. Chapter 1816. Ice Guest Sword repeated the reasons that Lu Xiaoyi occasionally told him. That was after Lu Xiaoyi came back from Juzian. But now that the two of them were talking about it again, they vaguely found something different. Ice Guest Sword lowered his voice and said mysteriously, "The last time Master Lu came back, he chatted with me. Although he didn't mention much, he did mention the places that he suspected, Juzian, Buddhism, Yangding. However, in hindsight, Juzian had already become one of us. In the previous war, the Buddhists did not use this channel at all. Yangding had also forsaken the darkness for the light. Hence, I thought that Master Lu was probably scaring himself and thinking too much. In the end, he went to Juzian and caused countless troubles. But now, a hidden enemy, the Henghe region, has appeared. Then, could they be the mastermind behind the arrangements in the land of exile for 2,000 years? Young Li's voice trembled, and he was a little excited. You are finally enlightened. It's very possible. Then there are two places, the land of exile and the grassland. We are very clear about the situation in the grassland. There aren't many perfected monarchs, and there are many Yuanying. It's impossible to fight against Shenyuan head-on, but what if they took advantage of the fact that everyone in Xiao Mountain went to the outer space to prepare for battle and then did something at the old end peak? It's the same in the land of exile. No one knows who has fallen into their trap. Is it an enemy hidden in the land of exile? They don't need many people. They just need to control the wormhole before the enemy invades in large numbers. One of the two will merge and open a passage for the enemy to enter Xiao Mountain. The more the two cobblers thought about it, the more likely it was. They were going to make a great contribution. They rushed to the heaven-defying sect quickly. They had to inform Big Sister of their discovery and block this big hole as soon as possible. They were very clear that there was nothing wrong with wanting to make a contribution, but it had to be within the scope of their own abilities. They wanted to rely on the two of them to guard the wormhole and then warn Xiao Mountain. This was greed. Although that was the most practical way to make a contribution, but the two of them had no confidence in their ability to guard the wormhole. Spread the news. Even if it was just a guess. Even if it turned out to be a false alarm in the end, it would still be much safer for Xiao Mountain than waiting here and waiting until they saw some clues before taking action. To be able to render meritorious service without suffering any serious injuries was, of course, for the best. They had wandered around the land of exile for 2 years. Countless painstaking arrangements had not been of any use. Unexpectedly, the trip to the space crack had given them a new idea. We have to hurry. Big Sister said that the Henghe realm should take action when the Great Path Shard disintegrates, but that might not be the case here. It won't be wrong, but it might be ahead of time. So, we don't have much time left. Young Li's mind was very clear. Ice Guest Sword was very meticulous. Which one of us should go back and show our faces? There's no need for two people to go together to deliver the message. One person has to stay behind to guard the wormhole. I'm your brother. I'm older than you. Of course I'll go back. Iceman's Sword did not back down. You can't speak clearly. You speak incoherently. Why don't I go? The two of them fought for merit along the way, laughing and joking. In fact, they were in a very good mood because they would soon be able to join the main force. Even if they knew that their strength was not enough, even if they would become the two tremblers of Xiao Mountain as soon as they entered the sword formation, they still hoped that they could be with everyone when Shenyuan was in trouble. This was a feeling that they could not give up. Although they were anxious, once they entered the heaven-defying sect, they did not show any anxiety on their faces. This was at least the shrewdness they had. Because in the heaven-defying sect, in the land of exile, they were not sure who they should believe. 2,000 years had passed. Who could say for sure who could be controlled? Who could be innocent? There was no time to screen. There was only one problem now, which was to report the news, and then everything would be fine. In the future, they could enjoy the sunshine in the Thousand Islands region openly. They came to the wormhole leisurely. Along the way, they met some heaven-defying cultivators. Those who were familiar with them laughed and asked them why they were going back. The two of them used the excuse that they did not have enough spiritual opportunity and went back to the sect to get their annual allowance. With their status, no one dared to doubt them. Although the situation in Xiao Mountain was very tense, and although the task of patrolling the land of exile was not easy, everyone knew that this was just a precautionary measure. In fact, the possibility of entering Qing Kong through the passage was very small. Because the two ends of the wormhole, the main control end was on the side of Xiao Mountain. It could be closed at any time. Maybe a few people could sneak in, but it would be a dream to sneak in an entire army. Did they think that the swordsmen were made of wood? When they arrived at the wormhole, a swordsman Yuanying came out to greet them respectfully. Usually, there were two swordsmen Jin Dan guarding this place. However, in an emergency, two Yuanying were added. But they were not from Xiao Mountain. They were branches of the Xiao Mountain swordsman family in the land of exile. They were born and raised in the land of exile. In order to gather forces, the real Shenyuan swordsmen gathered outside Qing Kong. Of course, they could only arrange for these branches to share the pressure. Otherwise, just these kinds of guarding tasks alone would waste a lot of precious manpower. This was not Xuanyuan's style. Usually, they would not doubt these people. However, at this time, they could not trust them. This was the most basic principle of doing things. Li Shengyin said, "Prepare to open the wormhole." The Yuanying was a little embarrassed. "Uncle Li, the wormhole is being cleared up. If you want to go, you will have to wait for another half a month." Li Shengyin slapped his forehead and looked at the Iceman's sword. He sighed inwardly. How could he forget about this? This wormhole was formed too long ago. It was tens of thousands of years old. 20,000 years ago, the Crow ancestor coincidentally came to the land of exile and reopened it. It was close to 20,000 years ago. Originally, although the wormhole was old, the space passage was still stable. Entering and exiting was normal, and there were no accidents. However, after the collapse of the Great Tao accelerated more than 1,000 years ago, some special astronomical phenomena occurred. The unstable space passage often became the first to respond to the changes in the universe, including this wormhole passage that connected Qing Kongyi Mountain and the land of exile. It began to block from time to time, just like the blood vessels of human beings with blood lipid. Until now, every few years, there would be 1 or 2 months where they could not communicate with each other. After this happened, there were some bold cultivators who took the risk and tried to pass through. In the end, everyone realized that the passage was not completely impossible to pass through. Instead, there was a certain probability, probably no more than 30%. Moreover, passing through under such circumstances would easily cause harm to the cultivators. Therefore, no one took the risk after that. Everyone knew about this situation. They could not blame the higher-ups of Shenyuan for being careless. They believed that as long as they could control the side of Qing Kongyi Mountain, no one would be able to pass through this passage. How could there be such a coincidence that when the passage was blocked, there would be enemies coming in? Chapter 1817. The two of them seemed to be vexed, but in fact, they were having an intense argument with each other. "I just have a bad feeling about this. The more difficult it is, the more evil things will happen. The more evil things happen, the more difficult it is. I see everyone as a bad person now, so we can't wait. After working with you for so many years, I have understood one thing: if you think of the worst, then you are definitely right." Li Sheshe was still habitually pessimistic. Ice Guest Sword was still carefree as usual. "You shouldn't have come to this world. If you die, you won't have any worries. To cultivate to your level, you are also a weirdo. But I also agree to go over immediately. How about this? You stay here to block the enemy's army, I will escape first." Li Sheshe rejected without hesitation, just like every decision they made in the thousands of years they knew each other. Opposing each other was a part of their lives. "Scammer, there is one thing you need to understand. To an army of cultivators, no cultivator can stop them with his own strength. The last time it was Crow Ancestor who did so, He was also delayed and could not completely block them. Now, even if you put Lucia here, he would also not choose to foolishly guard the wormhole. So, there is actually no practical meaning in staying here. In order to ensure that the news can be sent back safely, the two of us have to return. Ice Guest Sword shook his head when he heard that. No way, if one person goes through the wormhole, there is still a small chance of returning alive. If the two of us go in together, according to the rules of history, the danger will multiply. I am a jinx, you are a magnifier. Even a flat road can cause an accident, not to mention a dangerous road. Moreover, I also don't want to be buried together with you. At least after reincarnation, we can still have peace. Li Shusha said angrily, shut up. You finally admitted that you are a jinx. I said that the two of us should go together, not everyone should go through the wormhole. Of course, it is safest to send the message separately. You have a reverse space floating raft. Although it is a little broken, it can still be used. Moreover, you also have experience in this area, but I have never tried it. So, you go back through the negative space, and I'll go through the wormhole. This way, we can ensure that the information won't be buried here. Ice Guest Sword pouted. She wanted to refute but could not find a reason. The two of them were actually fighting over who would take the risk to go through the stagnant wormhole. At this moment, everyone wanted to take the most dangerous path by themselves. It was just that the way they communicated was different from normal people. If it's really a dangerous moment, I'll be intercepted when I go out. Young Li shouted, that's great. Now that both of us are dead, the Soul Hall will react. Naturally, Pyrolite Mountain will know that something has happened in the land of exile. Iceman's sword clapped. This is a good idea. Why don't we just kill ourselves here? If one is dead and the other is half dead, how will the family judge? Young Li really couldn't stand this person's heartlessness. You stay here and guard for a while. I'll leave after I go in case someone tries to mess with me after I go in. Without you, I still have a chance to survive. Ice Guest Sword was still not done. Well, the islands you have in the Thousand Islands region are not bad. Who did you leave your will to? Why don't you write me a will now? Young Li rushed into the wormhole, leaving behind a broken voice. I'll leave it to anyone but you. I see that your glabella is turning black. You're going to die prematurely. The few swordsmen who were guarding the place were stunned. From the actions of the two senior monarchs, they realized something, but they didn't know if they should ask. They could only stand aside and stare blankly. Ice Guest Sword was a little soft-hearted. He didn't know if there were any enemy spies among these people, but there were definitely some. It couldn't be all of them. Shenyuan Sword Sect's Iron Order was given. Everyone had to guard their position, even if they didn't know what was going to happen next. It was a little sad. Thus, he asked, what's your mission? One of the Yuanying was very determined, even though he was already very old. Guard the wormhole. Ice Guest Sword sighed, no. If there's really a strong enemy coming, you won't be able to defend. It's the same with me. Swordsmen are not afraid of sacrifice, but the sacrifice must be worth it. Your mission is to close the wormhole as soon as you discover the enemy's tracks. There will be people on the other side to cooperate with you. Then, try to survive. Old Shio smiled faintly. Senior uncle, do you think that when we discover the danger here, we will still have the chance to escape? This is a mission that will lead to death. We are betting that the enemy won't come from here. If we are wrong, the price will be our lives. That's all. Everyone has their own expectations. There's no need for senior uncle to remind us. Ice Guest Sword sighed. It was very cruel, but it was the truth. Not only them, but also the spies in Zhuoju. When they discover the enemy's tracks and spread the news, it would be the moment of their death. The moment passed quickly. Ice Guest Sword no longer hesitated. He got out of the wormhole and leaped into the sky. What young Li said was very true. Between the two of them, in terms of swordsmanship, young Li was stronger than him. However, he had the advantage of having many teachers. He learned a lot of things and had a lot of hobbies. He dabbled in the field of anti-space. This was something that young Li could not compare to. The two of them had known each other for thousands of years. They understood each other very well. Under such circumstances, he had no reason to force his way through the wormhole. The only thing that worried him was that if their guess was completely false, and young Li was trapped in the wormhole, how would he have the face to stay in Mount Xiao in the future? His fellow disciples would treat this as a joke. The two true monarchs had lost their lives in order to deliver fake news. The reason why they could be so sure was because of their perception of each other's situation. When danger came, the source of the disaster and the magnifier had a telepathic connection. When the two of them felt danger at the same time, this danger was bound to come. There was no way to avoid it. His imagination ran wild. As soon as he leaped out of the atmosphere, he felt like he had fallen into an ice cave. This was because he had already realized that there was a divine sense sweeping over him. This was not the method of the exiles, nor was it the method of an ordinary true monarch. This was a young spirit monitoring the exiled land. And here, he and young Li were the most powerful cultivators. Then it was self-evident where this level of divine sense came from. Sure enough, the arrangement of the cultivators outside the exiled land was useless. This originated from Heng, his arrangement thousands of years ago. It was also because of the suppression of strength that was on a completely different level. Shenyuan did not consider the exiled land as the most likely main battlefield. This had nothing to do with judgment, because you could only choose the most likely one, not the least likely one. The biggest reason why the higher-ups of Shenyuan did not think that the exiled land was Heng his attack was that the wormhole space could not support a large number of cultivators to pass through. Only a few could pass through at a time. For a war, this kind of tactic was extremely undesirable, but the people of Heng he had chosen this method. Chapter 1818. P.S. Asking for a guaranteed monthly ticket. The Iceman's sword knew that he was in extreme danger. The fact that Heng He young god could sense him meant that someone would arrive soon. Fighting was perhaps the most courageous and hot-blooded thing. If Shenyuan was safe in the end, he would be enshrined in the Hall of Valiance and be revered by the younger generation like those familiar seniors. But he would not do that, because doing so would be meaningless. This was something he learned from his interactions with Master Lu. He would rather be a useful deserter than a so-called martyr who only cared about his own moral integrity. In fact, he still had a chance to escape, and that was to enter his own personal space. This was a skill that he had learned. He had worked hard to master it in order to save his own life. He only needed 5 breaths to complete this space. There was a high probability that he would arrive before the opponent's young god. But he sadly discovered that he did not want to use the skill that he had worked hard to master when it came to saving his own life. At this moment, he deeply understood why the senior sword vein had always taught them that attack was defense, and that they should not put too much effort into those life-saving moves. If you were a real Shenyuan swordsman, when danger came, your sword heart would not allow you to use those things. This was only a momentary choice. When the divine sense reached him, he immediately took out the anti-space floating raft and poured his magical power into it. This operation would take more than 10 breaths. It was very likely that he would not be able to complete it, but he would rather be regarded as a cowardly deserter after death and be spurned by others to fight for a chance to send out a warning in the main world. Because Li Sheng might not be able to pass through the wormhole, that guy always thought that it was the Iceman's sword who was dragging him down. In fact, his luck was as good as shit, not much better than Li Sheng's. This anti-space floating raft was not a broken raft. It was a commodity that he had used all kinds of methods to get from the 3 pure ones for hundreds of years. For his realm, it was already very good to be able to enter the main and reverse space channel in 10 breaths. For this reason, he did not care about his magical power output. It was hard to say whether his luck was good or bad. The powerful existence that had discovered him had rushed here immediately. He was moving at high speed, but he did not use his full strength. This was because a true monarch Yin master would not be able to escape his pursuit. Even if he wanted to escape to the main world, he would need at least 10 breaths of time. There was still time. With this mentality, when the sun god entered the attack range, what he saw was a positive and negative space channel taking shape. One of the floating rafts had already entered, leaving only half of its tail behind. It was obvious that this Yin master was in too much of a hurry to escape. There were obvious flaws in the spatial passageway. If he was unlucky, he wouldn't even need to do anything. He would be buried in the spatial passageway. This was the consequence of chasing after time. However, he would not place his hopes on the other party's misfortune. Of course he had to bury this person with his own hands. Young spirit cultivators had countless tricks up their sleeves. They wouldn't use brute force to throw out a punch or a kick. That would be too embarrassing. He had a better trick up his sleeve, spatial deviation. With a tap of his hand, the spatial passageway that had yet to completely disappear began to undergo an inexplicable change. There were two effects, spatial compression and reverse reversal. After the spatial passageway was reversed, the other party would definitely be in the spatial passageway for a long period of time. How could a Yin master's body withstand such spatial compression? What went in was a person. What came out was a mass of flesh and blood. It could also be a mass of dust. A very advanced spatial technique. It was just right to use it now. Not only could it kill the other party, it would also continue for a long period of time. Otherwise, would the death of such a Yin master alert Shenyuan to changes in the land of exile? The moment Swordsman Iceman entered the spatial passageway, he knew that he was in trouble. His magical power output was too fast, exceeding the normal time limit of transmigration. This caused a series of chain reactions. The final result was that he would definitely not be able to return to the main world. He was destined to spend the rest of his life in this spatial passageway. Of course, this so-called lifetime would not last long. After his magical power was exhausted, he would be crushed into pieces by the spatial passageway. Or was it because he did not accumulate enough experience, did not practice enough, and wasted too much time on the beach? Actually, there was a big reason for this. However, in view of his consistent history, things always developed in the worst direction. He regretted it a little. If he died so sullenly, he might as well turn around and fight with all his strength. It was like a landlord burrowing into the ground when he was in danger. In the end, it turned out to be a dead end. He burrowed himself to death. I wonder how young Li is doing. I hope to meet him in the underworld. It was not that he cursed his friend, but if both of them died, his family would realize something faster. Then, he felt that the spatial passageway began to uncontrollably deflect. At the same time, a mountain-like pressure came from all directions. There was good news, and bad news. The bad news was that Hung He-yang God overestimated his strength as a Shenyuan Yin master swordsman. His body's magical power was different from that of a normal Shenyuan swordsman. Therefore, while others could temporarily withstand the pressure, he could not. His body had shrunk by a size in a very short period of time. The barbecued meat in the land of exile tasted good, so he had eaten a lot in the last meal. Now, the meat was squeezing out of his anus like sausages. The good news was that he found that the spatial passageway that he could never reach the main world had been forcefully pushed back. He had to admit that Hung He-yang God's strength was really extraordinary. Even though he was so far away, he could still control his direction in space. It was just that his eyes were a little blind. Idiot. Ice Guest Sword felt that his meridians had been crushed into a ball. Even his manhood had been crushed. Just as he was about to explode from the pressure, his body suddenly became light. He had been sent to another space, a familiar space. In fact, this kind of pressure sounded very brutal, but the effect on him could still be repaired. The problem came at the moment when he came out. It was like a person diving in the deep sea suddenly coming out of the water. It would cause a real disaster because of the huge change in pressure. For a cultivator, if he could control his own magical power, all of this was of course not a problem, but the problem was that he could not control it now, but he did not care. He opened his clenched right hand, and a sword talisman swept through the air. This was the best communication tool that Shenyuan had prepared for the spies. It did not need to be injected with magical power, and it could automatically record the location and scene. He touched his lower body with his left hand and suddenly felt that life was meaningless. He was floating in the void just like that. He did not know where he had appeared in the main world. Was he still in Zhuoju? But he had tried his best. The only thing he was worried about now was young Li. He really wanted to know who was more unlucky between the two of them. Everyone was passing through the positive and negative space, and the difficulty was the same. There should be a difference between them. Chapter 18-19. Wu Yang and Xuanyuan's main forces were concentrated in outer space. For a commander of an army, taking an unconventional approach was a very bad habit. Sudden changes were only a last resort when they were forced to a certain point by the environment and situation. As long as they still had energy, the army would not gamble so easily. This was the difference between an individual and a group. It was the same for Wu Yang. Placing the army in outer space was the best choice. They could not gamble on the blind tunnels, wormholes, or other places where the enemy might appear. The best way for the swordsman army was to discover the enemy and attack with all their might. She had already paid more attention to the land of exile after being reminded by Xiaoshan and Erxian. After they left, after discussing with a few young gods, she even sent Shong Ting to guard the entrance of the wormhole at Mount Zhonglao just in case. Looking at the main forces during the war, looking at the scouts before the war, this was the essence of war tactic. What she needed to do was to make a comprehensive judgment based on the information that was constantly sent back. Whether a commander was qualified or not depended on whether she and the higher-ups of Shenyuan Kingdom were able to judge the situation accurately. Was it fast? Was it possible to find the most fundamental core in the midst of all this confusion? News kept coming in from all directions. This was not the people of Zhuoju being paranoid. It was the people of Henghe who were purposely creating misunderstandings. Their goal was to make them run for their lives. The people of Henghe were very clear. Just like how the Alliance's attack on Henghe realm could not be completely sudden, Henghe's attack on Green Sky could not be done without anyone noticing. Before the 13th Great Dao shattered, all the realms involved would put in a lot of effort in their own planet's defense. The 5 rings were like this, and so was Green Sky. This also included Luo Su Tian, Juxian, Anchor Chain Realm and other realms. This was the understanding that a realm must have. No one would open up their airspace at a time like this to celebrate. But the swordsman army of Shenyuan did not move at all. They relied on the overall cohesion of the Zhuoju star system, especially the Supreme Ding Xin Garrison Army and Garen's Chuanchu Garrison Army. They could almost handle any small disturbance that appeared, whether it was from the blind tunnels, or from other directions, or directly from the reverse space. As the decisive force, the swordsman army remained as still as a mountain. The 3,000 swordsmen were ready for battle. At the very least, such frequent harassment proved one thing. The attacks of the Heng River realm would arrive at any moment. Outside the blue sky, 3,000 swordsmen sat cross-legged in the air. It was a magnificent sight. Not a single sword hum could be heard, not a single noise could be heard. After being suppressed for hundreds of years, they needed a satisfying battle to prove the existence of the sword vein. The sacrificial blood-yellow springs can be wielded. The sword in the scabbard is even more dangerous. Under such circumstances, it was no longer possible for the masses to voice their opinions. Only a few top decision-makers could make the final decision, including several young spirit immortals and Bu Lian's reincarnation. Several months away from victory, an indescribable fluctuation of spiritual vigor has appeared. It's moving unsteadily. The blue sea star-eyed in the direction of the blue sea realm has changed. The reason is unknown. Rumor has it that a positive and negative space barrier has been established in the distant sky of the lower world. There was news every day. Some of them were shocked because of nervousness, and there were also all kinds of man-made smokescreens. Because of the existence of time nodes, the closer it was to this time node, the more news spread. Sometimes, Guan Shan and the others couldn't control themselves. They sent some swordsmen to check it out because they were worried that the enemy would use a strategy of splitting up and attacking together. If the enemy came from multiple directions, would it be appropriate to gather the main force and not move? But Bu Lian, who had been through a lot of battles in the universe, was unmoved. She knew very well that since they dared to come to the blue sky, It was impossible for them to fight against the swordsman without combining their forces. Splitting up and attacking together? Don't they know that the sword vein is best at controlling the sword? Dividing it into several parts to be eaten by the swordsman? They must have a final goal, but they didn't have enough information to find it. At this time, the general's calmness would spread to every swordsman. No one knew what senior sister Bu Lian was thinking. She must be very confident, right? At least she looked very powerful. She was just putting on an act. Bu Lian complained in her heart. She had a lot of experience, but most of it was from hot-blooded charges. She just had to kill. In her era, she didn't need to control the overall situation. She never had the qualifications. These things were all learned by her from others. In that era, heroes came out in large numbers. Crow Ancestor, Wu Shixing, Chong Lu, Chong Xian, Han Fang, Yang and so on. Which one of them wasn't an outstanding person? Why would she need to take the lead? And her personality wasn't suitable for this. But now, she had no choice but to act as if she had a card up her sleeve. Because she knew that everyone was watching. If only little Lu was here. That guy was born for such a big scene, but there were several battlefields, and the most important one was Hung River. She was waiting. There must be the most valuable information. She just had to grab it. In the past, she had countless friends that she could rely on. But now, were these friends still reliable? Each one of them was unreliable, cunning, and sloppy. On this day, a sword light came from the blue sky. It was very fast. It didn't care about the sword formation outside and rushed directly to Bu Lian and the other young gods. It was a perfected cultivator who guarded the wormhole on Zhonglao Peak with Shongting. He was holding someone in his arms. There's danger. Among the two perfected cultivators in charge of the exile, senior brother Li fell out of the wormhole and was seriously injured and unconscious. Senior brother Shongting sent me to deliver an urgent report and asked for more manpower to monitor the direction of the exile. Bu Lian's eyebrows twitched. She and the other young gods checked young Li's injuries, but he was completely unrecognizable. Not a single magic item was left on him. The perfected cultivator hurriedly said, Senior brother Shongting means that senior brother Li's injuries weren't caused by anyone, but by the spatial tear in the wormhole. He still holds the sword talisman in his right palm. It must be used to send messages out of the wormhole. But under the spatial tear in the wormhole, the sword talisman has completely lost its effect. We don't know what he means. We thought that there must be something urgent that forced senior brother Li to risk his life to enter the wormhole. The wormhole is still blocked and can't be passed through normally. From experience, it will take another 20 days. Senior sisters and senior brothers, please make a decision. Guan Shan checked carefully. Shongting is right. It wasn't caused by someone, it was purely a spatial tear. Then, what was it that forced him to not slow down for even a moment and make such a decision? The wormhole is blocked and the risk is uncontrollable. The success rate is less than 30%. It's not feasible for us to enter from Zhonglao Peak. Not to mention the small number of people passing through at once, more than half of them will die and the rest will be injured. It's meaningless. It will take several days to reach the exile from the nearest anti-space node. Chapter 1820. At this moment, a sword talisman came from the depths of the void. It was the sword talisman that Bu Lian had personally handed to the sword-shaking duo. She was very familiar with it. She pointed at the sword talisman, and the information on it was vivid in her eyes. At the same time, a paper figure appeared in the background of the void. Yes, it was vaguely in the shape of a human. The two people who had been sent to the land of exile had both rushed back in such a tragic way to report it. The onlookers felt a surge of anger rising in their hearts, as if they wanted to devour someone. The sword talisman showed that there were still no specific traces of the enemy. It was purely a guess. How many enemies were there? What were their composition? Where were they now? How did they plan to enter Qing Kong? There was nothing, it was just a guess, because when young Li walked into the wormhole, he wasn't sure. When the ice guest sword crossed the space passage, he knew the enemy's whereabouts, but he didn't have the chance to imprint it in the sword talisman. The sun gods were still hesitating. In fact, this was no different from the news they had received from other sources during this period of time. It was just that it wasn't the Shenyuan swordsman who was injured, but the Shu Ren, the Lan Hai people. There was still no concrete news. This made them not dare to act rashly. Bu Lian let out a long breath. She was so lucky that her friends from her previous life didn't let her down. Her friends in this life were still the same. In her most difficult time, he had used his own way to support her. She looked at Huang Xiaoya. Xiaoya, you go. Find him. Then bring them back to Xiao Mountain. Huang Xiaoya nodded with tears in her eyes and immediately set off. She had once trembled 3 times on Xiao Mountain, but now she didn't know if 2 of them were dead or alive. It made her heart feel like it was being cut by a knife. Bu Lian didn't discuss with the others and directly gave the order. Listen to my orders, charge back to Xiao Mountain and surround it. Also, tell Shangting to withdraw and leave only the normal defense force at Old Man Peak. This is a death trap, voluntary principle. Also, tell the sects of Qing Kong to surround the north. Tell Ding to wait for the left Ju Dao to surround Qing Kong. I want this place to be the tomb of the Henghe people. Not a single bug can escape. With the commander's command, no one hesitated any longer. The 3,000 swordsmen turned around and charged towards the blue sky. The moment they had been waiting for had finally arrived. On the way, Bu Lian explained to her senior brothers of young spirit, there have been spies of faith in the land of exile for thousands of years. When Xiaoyi was in Jindan, he went to Juxian because of this. At that time, he didn't know who was behind this. The people of Henghe County are very good at spatial techniques. Little Yi once fought them to the death in an extra-dimensional space and knows that such spatial techniques are very common in the Henghe County. It's hard to say what kind of spatial abilities can be derived from this. The young gods seemed to have realized something. In fact, these things were not a secret. What Bu Lian had told them was also kept in the sec. Bu Lian's eyes turned cold. Therefore, our assumption that only a few people can pass through the wormhole at a time is probably wrong. That may be the case for us, but it may not be the case for the people of Henghe River who are proficient in dimensional space technique. Perhaps the existence of the wormhole is just a guide. They have other ways to directly penetrate the barrier from the land of exile and enter Xiao Mountain in large numbers. They can also cause damage to the sect immediately. Then, from the inside out, they can easily break through the barrier of heaven and earth. At that time, whether they fight, stay, or run will depend on the situation. With the destruction of the county, their goal this time is basically achieve. From then on, our Shenyuan sword sect will be a joke in the cultivation world of the universe. We wanted to attack others, but they destroyed our home first. Guan Shan nodded, agreeing with her judgment. Senior sister, you mean that they don't want to occupy Qing Kong? They just want to attack us in terms of prestige. The main battlefield is still in Henghe County. Bu Lian sneered. Exactly. If our Shenyuan County hadn't returned to help, they would have been destroyed even more thoroughly. Now that they've returned, they'll kill and decide their next move based on their strength. As for why they think that they can withstand the anger of a 5th ring in the Henghe County, that's for little Lu to consider. We don't need to worry about them, Gong Yarrow asked. Senior sister, we understand what you mean. Let the opponent enter Xiao Mountain and kill them, but there are a few problems here. First of all, how can you ensure that all the opponents enter and not leave a portion of their strength in the land of exile? If that's the case, we won't be able to chase after those who enter the land of exile in time. Secondly, since they have a special space technique to enter in large numbers, it means that they can also use this method to leave. Lastly, if we place the battlefield on Xiao Mountain, will it have a disastrous effect on Xiao Mountain? Those are the things of our ancestors that have been left behind for tens of thousands of years. We just let the enemy destroy them, and we don't even dare to casually do anything. Seeing that everyone was looking at her, she guessed that this was their common question. Everyone accepted her order without hesitation, but she also needed a reasonable explanation. Bu Lian's long, shapely eyebrows rose. It's precisely because they think that they can freely enter and exit through space that they're moving together. Keep people. What's the point of keeping people? Take root in a place like the land of exile? There's no guarantee of war, so we can only bet that their entire army will gather and advance and retreat together. Only in this way can they form enough attack power to compete with the sword vein. She pointed at Gong Yarrow. You're all young gods, but you're absent-minded about the sect's secrets that young gods must know. You only care about your own cultivation. What a scandal. It's recorded in the sect's supreme secret scriptures that the true control pivot of the wormhole is not on Xiao Mountain. That's just a facade. The pivot is on the land of exile because the energy source that supports the wormhole is on the land of exile. The significance of the existence of the heaven-defying sect in the land of exile is to provide the last layer of protection for Xiao Mountain at critical moment. The only instruction that the previous sect masters received from Xiao Mountain was that when the enemy attacked Xiao Mountain, they were to completely destroy the wormhole. Why do the people of Henghe River have to pass through the land of exile? They have the ability to travel through space, so where can't they go? This means that the wormhole has a special meaning to them. I don't know the specifics, but once the wormhole completely disappears, their so-called space return journey may not work. When the battle starts, the entire space around Xiao Mountain will be blocked. We've been preparing for this for a long time, and there's also the support provided by the three Pure Ones. We must not leave a single one of them here. Finally, Bu Lian pointed at Xiao Mountain, which was close at hand. What is this? This is a broken snow mountain. You've traveled all over the universe and seen countless majestic mountains. What is Xiao Mountain compared to them? It's famous because of the Shenyuan sword sect, not because of those old buildings. How many times has Xiao Mountain been attacked in history? The flying peak is gone, so what? What about the once rampant raiders? They've long become history, but our Shenyuan still exist. As long as Shenyuan exists, Xiao Mountain exists. Big Stick Li complained in private when he was still around, saying that these were all urban villages. He wanted to start the reconstruction of the old city, but he never had the chance. Now it's just the right time to smash them all and build a new Shenyuan. Build some iconic buildings and image project. Use the best design, hire the best construction team. Don't ask for the best, just ask for the most expensive. These are not my words, but Big Stick Li's original word. Chapter 1821. In the land of exile, the army swarmed in. Yi Shichou looked at the team behind him with satisfaction. Everything was under control. This was a perfect surprise attack. 10 Henghe Yangshan grand ceremonies, more than 10 universe young gods who were on good terms with the Heng River realm, more than 20 earth young gods, and a super large hive. This was the main force of the attack on Qing Kong. It was already very strong. After all, the pressure from the Heng River realm was very heavy. It was impossible to transfer too much power to participate in this attack. But for Qing Kong, nearly 50 young gods were enough. They had the ability to plow through the palace. The latest news he received was that Qing Kong was already prepared. The Shenyuan sword sect had returned, but the three Pure Ones and Tai Yi were still in the fifth ring. This was acceptable. He never thought that Qing Kong would be completely unprepared. The question was how much power did they put into their preparations? Apart from the insect clan, the rest of the long-range attack this time was made up of elite young spirit forces. This was also a helpless move. Mobilizing ordinary supremes or Yuanying realm cultivators would cause too much of a commotion, and they could not cover their tracks at all, and there wasn't enough time. Zerg was an exception. When it came to hating humans and wreaking havoc in the mortal world, no race was more experienced than Zerg. If they really broke into Qing Kong, the insects would scatter. How could it be so easy to clear them out? This kind of power, on paper, was already much stronger than the Shenyuan sword sect. But he knew that it couldn't be calculated like this. As the fiercest sword sect in the universe, the real Shenyuan primordial spirit also had the power to fight against other orthodoxies. The only difference was that it couldn't be reborn. Even the Yin god swordsman had a certain fighting ability. There were at least 100 people here. If they really fought, with the swordsman risking his life, he knew that he couldn't use force. Just as the distance between the Fifth Ring and the Hung River realm was very far, it was also very difficult for them to come to the Fifth Ring. They gathered people in a hurry and had to use their most secret ally, the Earth Shaman. Witchcraft was the most popular supernatural and mysterious power before humans entered the cultivation civilization. It was divided into two parts, God bestowment and incantation. The branch of God bestowment was passed down and intertwined with the Henghi sector at some point in time. That was how the Henghi sector's unique godhood orthodoxy came into being. The Henghi River orthodoxy became more and more profound in the divine bestowal branch. Relying on the special geographical environment and cultural traditions of the Henghi River, it surpassed the master in this path. In comparison, witchcraft gradually declined under the tide of the development of the cultivation world, gradually withdrawing from the stage of history. However, in terms of inheritance, the two orthodoxies indeed had many similarities. In fact, it was not just these two orthodoxies. Even Taoism and Buddhism were the same. Didn't they develop in the early stages of their formation through these mysterious tribal sacrificial activities? It was just that Taoism and Buddhism got rid of the false and retained the true in traditional witchcraft. They gradually abandoned those things that pretended to be mysterious and were more inclined towards the understanding of the nature of the universe. On the other hand, traditional witchcraft insisted on remaining ancient and unchanged, rejecting innovation and new things. The end result was that the cultivation world's younger generation overtook the older generation, and the older generation died on the beach. If this process continued, if they only pursued the extreme of nature, then the final direction of this world's development would be like one of Lu Xiaoyi's previous lives. It would completely embark on the road of technology and the direction of the participation of all citizens. The Henghi sector could form a relationship with the Earth Shaman because there was a very deep cause and effect behind it. However, it was not a powerful force that could be gathered just because of a crisis. These 20 or so Earth Shamans were also the reason why the Henghi sector dared to take the initiative to provoke Qing Kong. In terms of a surprise attack, they did it. The Five-Ring Alliance did not expect them to have such an ally. It was very difficult to gather these forces. The most difficult thing was the insect nest. Even if Zerg hated the swordsman to the bone, they were no longer willing to work for these humans after suffering a loss and being tricked once. Even if the Zerg had a strong vitality and amazing reproductive ability, these sun god level Zergs and Zerg mothers were not inexhaustible in the universe. It took a long time to cultivate them. The Henghi sector paid a huge price, and it was not worth mentioning to outsiders. Emperor Yi's sacrificial puppet floated over. Emperor Yi was the name, and the puppet was the ox's tail on the flag. It was used for decoration, and it was the symbol of the leader. This was the name of the ancient people, and it was no longer used. When combined together, it meant the leader of the Earth Shaman, Emperor Yi. Uncultured people generally tended to think the wrong way. We have to speed up. It has been a while since that cultivator escaped back to the main world. No matter how slow the swordsman is, they will feel something after a long time. Yi Shichou nodded. It will start soon. The main thing is that those dirty insects are not easy to control, and it is too troublesome to pull them through the dimensional space. We can't leave first. Now that the dimensional space has been established, with the wormhole as a guide, it will not be a problem to find Mount Yi. What do you plan to do with this place? Emperor Yi was very interested in seeing the chaotic and panicked cultivators of the heaven-defying sect. Yi Shichou snorted. Ants with flawed orthodoxy and superficial spiritual vigor are not worth mentioning. I am afraid that killing them will dirty my hands. Moreover, there are some righteous people who bought time for us to enter the blue sky. For them, it is not good to kill here. Emperor Yi nodded. Fine. Originally, we could use some special methods to sacrifice them to the heavens, but it seems that it is too late now. There will be a chance sooner or later. Yi Shichou was in high spirits. Of the 3 battlefields, 2 are restraining, and Henghe is the main one. But in my opinion, the real restraining battlefield is the Five-Ring Alliance. The blue sky is also the main battlefield, and we will break the backbone of Xuanyuan's sword vein here. If there is still time, we can also destroy the three pure ones. The first sound will start in the blue sky, then the Five-Ring Alliance, and finally Henghe. By the time Henghe hears the news, we will have finished fighting here, right? Emperor Yi was also very clear about the order of the battle and was generally satisfied. Otherwise, if it was too dangerous, they would not have come to interfere. Attacking the confidence and morale of the Five-Ring Alliance is the best strategy, but given the distance between the two places, how can you guarantee that the news here will be transmitted to Henghe boundary in time? Yi Shicho smiled proudly. We have already prepared for this. Didn't the Five-Ring Alliance invite a genius of the Heaven of Interior? Hehe, through these people's mouths, they will have to believe it even if they don't, right? Emperor Yi clapped and laughed. He had to admit that the strategy of this distant relative of his orthodoxy was indeed ingenious. Using the Heaven of Exterior to deal with the Heaven of Interior, he played with the power of the Heaven of Interior. As long as the result of the battle here was out, the morale of Henghe boundary would definitely be low. What was the point of the alliance's existence if the leader's nest was destroyed? Next, which domain's lair would be destroyed? Under the influence of fear, returning to defend this domain would gradually become the mainstream voice. They might not be able to retreat immediately, but it was inevitable that they would have no fighting spirit. A vigorous encirclement and suppression ended without a result. It was the model of the pinnacle of tactics. Chapter 1822. The Hung River sect cultivators were still making their final preparations. Their speed was already very fast, starting from the moment they killed the Shenyuan Yin spirit-perfected lord who escaped. They immediately rushed down to the land of exile. The cultivators of the land of exile had almost no time to react. They couldn't react at all. Most of their forces were sent out to investigate blindly. Who would have thought that the enemy had already snuck in? This was because of the great difference in strength, and also because of the sabotage by the traitor. None of the 4 Shenyuan Yuanying Jin Dan who guarded the wormhole retreated. All of them died in battle, using their lives to illustrate the integrity of the swordsman. Even if they were a mediocre swordsman from the land of exile, they were worthy of their flying sword. However, even though they died valiantly, they did not complete the mission given to them by the sect. The wormhole was still intact because before the enemy appeared, several heaven-defying cultivators took the initiative to help them defend the wormhole. It was these people who made their final struggle meaningless. The famous Shenyuan swordsman in the universe was only SOSO. Not everyone understood the huge difference between being born in Mount Yi and coming to the land of exile. With a light blow, the ores were turned into ashes. The 4 Shenyuan swordsmen did not even have time to slash their flying swords in front of their opponent. Then, they set up the two-dimensional space to warp. The wormhole was normal, which meant that their grassland friends on the other side were also doing well. This was a good sign. In just a moment, the people of Hung River sect built a dimensional passage with superhuman efficiency. A large part of this was borrowing the energy of the wormhole. They did not need to waste so much time and effort. If there were only a few dozen human yang spirits, the time it would take to pass through would only be counted in breaths. But if there was a huge insect nest, size and mass were the biggest limiting factors of space warping, and they really could not leave these insects. Because in the future battle, under the human wave tactic of Qing Kong, only the insect tide could slightly resist. They were also the cannon fodder they relied on. No matter what, they had to get the insects over. In just a moment, the Shenyuan swordsman group in outer space could not react so quickly. They had to get the news, confirm, judge, quarrel, and finally come to an agreement. With this amount of time, the sky could be plowed through. Emperor Yi looked at the huge insect hive that had descended. One could imagine how shocking it was for such a space wonder to appear in the human world. Not to mention the mortals, even the cultivators could not help but tremble when they saw the base camp of these ferocious creatures, where countless strange insect heads poked out of the hive and let out all kinds of howls and shriek. Once this thing spread, the insect swarms would attack. It would be as large as the land of exile. After a few days, would there still be anyone alive? He kept quiet out of fear. Since the appearance of the insect nest, there had been no resistance at all. No one dared to take on such a threat. Is it really a good idea to summon these things? Yi Shicho sighed. The higher-ups of Heng River had an intense dispute over this. The conservative faction, led by Amir Khan, was determined not to allow Zerg to join them. On the other hand, the radical faction led by Salman Khan believed that the existence of a domain was at stake, and they should no longer abide by those ancient framework. As you know, Heng River is a domain that is easily stirred up and fooled. If someone with ulterior motives instigated it, the emotions of the people would immediately soar. Actually, what do those small commoners know? They are just the tools of others. They live a hard life, so what do they know about the general trend of the universe? Then, this is the result. Emperor Yi sighed. They were passed down by ancient witches and did not place too much importance on these things. As long as they could be used, they would use them. They were still the same as the ancient tribes. They did not have the concept of countries, domains, or even people. Yi Shicho continued, originally, this attack should have been led by the most intelligent and powerful person, Amir Khan. He was also a candidate who was selected early on, and his reputation in Heng River was unparalleled. However, because he was unwilling to wallow in the mire with Zerg, he ultimately stayed in Heng River to be responsible for organizing the defense, and I replaced him. The responsibility was heavy, so he did not dare to be careless. Fortunately, with everyone's cooperation over the years, it was barely satisfactory. This time, we are only one step away from success. You and I will work together sincerely, advance and retreat together, and strive to return the same way we came. Only then will we be able to live up to the selfless support of Heng River. We were born from the same root, so it is our duty to help each other. Emperor Yi was very polite. However, only the ancient witches like them knew what he was thinking in his heart. How would the universe change? How would it change? How would it change? No one could say for sure. However, to the Earth Witches, this was their only chance to seek to change themselves. Where could they find an opportunity that only came once every few million years? If they waited for another few million years, the witches might not even exist anymore. How could they miss this opportunity? They had to show their presence and join in to catch the tide. However, it was extremely difficult for the ancient witches to rise again. If they really stood out alone, all the orthodoxies in the universe would surround them and annihilate them. Therefore, they could not use the name of the ancient witches. They had to rely on other events. The Heng River incident was a very good entry point. Not only could they participate in the battle of the universe's powers, but they could also help the few orthodoxies in the main world that had good intentions towards the ancient witches. Why not? Heng River realm was very important to the ancient witches. It was the bridgehead they used to announce their return to the main world. They could not leave such a powerful potential ally in the lurch. If they saved Heng River realm this time, the next time the ancient witches were in trouble, they would be qualified to receive help from Heng River realm. This was originally an exchange of mutual help. Therefore, when Heng River realm made the request, they immediately agreed and sent out more than 20 ancient witches to participate. Originally, they could mobilize more forces to participate. However, they could not be too high-profile when they first came out of seclusion after millions of years. It would attract the suspicion of various forces, and they would also be suspected of stealing the limelight. Therefore, they only sent so many witches, which was enough for a mere medium-sized realm. This time, they participated in a very low-key manner and did not pull out the banner of the ancient witches. They wanted to see what the cultivation world had become after they left the main world for millions of years. How would they view the ancient witches from all aspects? Which circle would they be divided into? Or would they be treated as a different species? Would they be friendly or hostile? In addition, what was the level of the ancient witches' strength in the current cultivation world? The Xianyuan swordsman was their touchstone. If they could easily pass this hurdle, It meant that they still had a lot of hope in the main world. If they could not withstand a single blow from the swordsman, then they might have to try again with the Dharma cultivators and monks. No matter what, they wanted to discover something through this battle that would provide crucial guidance for the future of the ancient witches. Therefore, they did not fight for power or benefits. Instead, they prepared for this battle even more seriously. The hope of an ancient race. Chapter 1823. The people of Heng He moved very quickly. From the moment they landed on the Qi layer to the moment they left, they had no time to deal with the trash orthodoxies in the exile. They didn't even kill 10 people in total, including 4 Shenyuan swordsmen who would rather die than retreat. The others were completely confused. They didn't expect this to be an attack from a powerful enemy and thought it was an internal problem in the exile. The sun gods had the temperament of a sun god and disdained to kill these small fries. There was no sense of accomplishment. The insects didn't think so, but they weren't released at all. The cultivators of the heaven-defying sect found it a good idea to lie down. If they fled in the sky now, they would be easily injured. They pretended to be dead and didn't come out. Anyway, these people's target was Qing Kong and they seemed to be in a hurry. In this cultivation world, there were more smart people. As soon as the dimensional space was established, the entire Heng He army entered. This was also a gamble. The safest way was to send a portion of the vanguard in to scout the situation and then let the rest follow. This was the essence of the art of war. But it wasn't very practical in the cultivation world. Separated by the dimensional space, the people who went in couldn't shout to the rest, "It's safe here." They couldn't circle back, right? Time was life, everything. Most importantly, the people of Heng He believed that if they all went in, they would have the strength to fight Shenyuan. Since that was the case, why dilly-dally and leave people at both ends? It was the right choice to not consider who the opponent was. So under the shocked gazes of the heaven-defying sect, the Heng He army came aggressively and left in a hurry. Not a single person or insect was left behind. Didn't they need to leave a few behind to control the retreat? Or did they just want to kill their way out of the main world? An old man walked out, trembling with fear. Even if he was one of the few supremes in the land of exile, a figure at the top of the pyramid, he had no intention of being a hero in front of so many young spirits and such a terrifying insect nest. Whoever acted was a fool. Seeing the old man walk forward carefully, a disciple behind him shouted in a low voice, "Master, Master, what are you doing? Why don't we wait? Who knows, maybe those vicious people will come back." The old man chuckled. "It doesn't matter. He won't be back anytime soon. Let these things and Shenyuan fight it out. He's finally gone. Let this old man set off some firecrackers to celebrate." The old man was the current leader of the heaven-defying sect, Daoist Jiangzhong. He was famous for being dim-sighted and cowardly. What he was best at was smoothing things over. It was unknown how he had managed to sit in such a high position in the heaven-defying sect. Set off firecrackers? Only he could think of something like that. However, since the sect leader had stepped forward and the enemy was no longer around, it wouldn't be good for him to continue hiding. In twos and threes, the cultivators of the heaven-defying sect came out one after another. They looked around the heaven-defying sect. Not bad, these people of Heng River were not as strange as the legends said. They didn't seem to have caused any losses to the sect. Taking out a firecracker from his ring, Jiangzhong actually lit it up. Was he so scared that he wanted to use some noise to cheer himself up? The firecracker roared and shot up high, emitting a colorful light. Then, it slowly fell and the light gradually dimmed. However, to everyone's surprise, the rumbling did not stop. Instead, it grew louder and louder, causing the entire sect to shake. Some of the higher-ranked cultivators of the heaven-defying sect asked in shock, "Senior brother, what did you do?" Jiangzhong turned his head. His usual good-natured image was gone. Instead, his face was ferocious. "Listen up. Those who went out to help the people of Heng River, kill without mercy." 3,000 swordsmen stopped high above Xiao Mountain. They formed a closed-loop sword formation at the boundary between the atmosphere and the void, perfectly hiding their auras. It was not easy to do this. That was not a single swordsman, but 3,000 tigers filled with killing intent. However, this position was right at the boundary of the blue sky. With the entire boundary concealing them, it was difficult to see anything if one did not observe closely. Under the watchful eyes of the swordsman, a few true monarchs of the grassland led a dozen Yuanying into Xiao Mountain. They quickly realized that their caution was meaningless, because the entire Xiao Mountain was no longer defended. Not to mention cultivators, even the ordinary people had all retreated. It was very strange, but it was not without reason. Shenyuan was an extreme orthodoxy. Every time they were faced with a matter of life and death, they would scatter low and mid-level Jindan Foundation establishment cultivators to the northern region. They would even scatter the blue sky, just in case. This was a tradition. Usually, those who stayed behind to guard Xiao Mountain were those old people who were unwilling to leave Zhonglao Peak. They had to continue forward even if they were trembling with fear. When they got close to Zhonglao Peak, they realized that even those old fellows had disappeared. This was too strange. There was no one at all. This made them unconsciously feel strange. When they entered Zhonglao Peak's wormhole, what made them even more surprised was that there was no one guarding the wormhole. This was a trap. Even an idiot could guess. However, just because they knew, it did not mean that they could spread the news. Their minds were controlled by a strange mysterious power, but they did not care that this would cause a disaster to the grassland. In the boundary of the world, a few young gods were deciding their fates. This time, they seemed to be very responsible. Gong Yaro's eyes were sharp. In the year of Gungzi 339 of the Blue Sky calendar, Hung River boundary invaded the northern region of Blue Sky from the land of exile. The people were in a terrible situation, and the cultivation world was shaken. There were grassland cultivators who rose up and resisted with their lives. In the end, they were outnumbered and their orthodoxy was exterminated. There should be no problem with me writing this, right? Everyone was silent. No one objected, which meant they agreed. The grassland orthodoxy was very annoying. They had never been disciplined by Shenyuan. Shenyuan considered leaving a orthodoxy in the northern region to train his disciples, so he had never thought of killing them. However, in the current environment of the universe, it was clearly inappropriate to leave such a thing beside Xiao Mountain. The meaning of training was far from enough to offset their potential threat, even if their threat was only small. Since there was such an opportunity, it was better to eliminate all future troubles. Taking advantage of Hung River boundaries invasion, it would also prevent the other powers of Blue Sky from dilly-dallying and saying that Shenyuan was bullying the weak. In just a few short sentences, even the history books were written. No one cared about them. They were a bunch of barbarians who did not know how to adapt to the situation. Even though they were high up in the sky, every swordsman could feel the strong spatial fluctuations coming from Zhonglao Peak. They knew that in the next moment, their enemies would appear in front of them. It was also at this juncture that the universe suddenly paused. Something in every cultivator's heart seemed to shatter. Nirvana collapsed. Chapter 1824. 43 Avilders gathered at the core of the interior sky, which was also the exit of the interior sky. Even the cultivators of the main world could grasp a world where the great Tao collapsed, not to mention these half-immortals. Feeling that the time was coming, they all came to the center of the interior sky and prepared to leave. In fact, even if the world-ending battle in the Henghe boundary didn't happen, they would still go out. After being trapped here for hundreds of years, they had to return home in glory. The most important thing was to pass on some information they got from the interior sky and let their sects deal with it. In the past 100 years, there were some who came and some who left. Those who left all died. Generally speaking, the overall number of people didn't change, but their attitude toward the Henghe boundary didn't change because of time. Qing Xian stayed here because he was worried that these Avilders would lose interest in the Henghe boundary after a long time. Therefore, in the past 100 years, he kept in touch with these young Avilders, turning himself into a lobbyist and a social butterfly. He had great means, a strong background, and outstanding strength. In the past 100 years, he had made many friends. Of course, he didn't have real friends, but they could still reach a certain level of mutual recognition in some aspects. That was how people interacted with each other. They maintained friendship in competition, and secretly sabotaged each other while helping each other. During this period of time, he gradually realized that his worries were completely unnecessary. Without his lobbying, the world-ending battle in the Henghi boundary was slowly fermenting in the interior sky, as if there was a force behind it. This puzzled him no matter how much he thought about it. He knew that this wasn't the power of the three pure ones, nor was it the power of Shenyuan. How did it become like this? He felt a little unsatisfied. He didn't know the reason. He could only secretly guard against it. At least in this case, the alliance was stable. North Wind was a close friend, and now there was another one, Bamboo Hat. He was a true Evildor who took the first step as a yin spirit, and now this Evildor was preparing to reach the upper state of primordial spirit. These people, including a few from the Three Pure Ones system of Taoism, had contributed a lot in this alliance. I may not be able to go down. What a pity. Just thinking about the big scene that might happen in the Henghi boundary makes me yearn for it. The Bamboo Hat was clearly very depressed, but this kind of thing could not be forced. In the cultivation world, there was no reason for a cultivator to give up the opportunity to reach the upper realm. Not everyone was used to grasping the fleeting path to heaven in a chaotic environment. Leveling up in battle was a very nonsensical thing to say. For most people, a relatively safe and quiet environment was necessary, and interior heaven was the best choice in this regard. Everyone understood. North Wind didn't care. You don't have to blame yourself. There are more than 40 people. How could you be missing? I'll help you with your share. I hope you can have fun in the Henghi realm. Don't be too weak and make everyone unhappy. Qing Xian reminded him, your mentality is wrong. A large powerful world would always have its own background. It would never disappoint, or else they wouldn't have been able to reach this step in the universe's millions of years of changes. You have to be careful, Shuofeng. Don't be careless and fail miserably. That's not worth it. While they were waiting, on this day, the trajectory of more than 3,000 celestial mountains in the interior heaven suddenly stalled. It was only for a moment, and then it resumed operation. Somehow, everyone felt something. Qing Xian took the lead. Everyone, this lower bound extermination is purely voluntary. No one asked you to do what you want. It's voluntary to fight and leave, it's all based on your mood. But there's one thing. Since you haven't become immortals, you're still mortals. Mortals are all prideful. If something goes wrong in the first business of our interior heaven realm, it won't just be a joke. Amidst the long laughter, they broke into the core cloud. Of course, it wasn't just a joke. This was a power struggle. From now until the end of the era, not only could they not back down, they had to bravely move forward. At the last moment of the era's change, they had to accumulate their momentum to the peak. Any setback or failure would affect the level of their accumulation of momentum. This wasn't a rule, but everyone understood it. Losers weren't qualified to have the last laugh. From the moment they descended to the lower bound, what they had to do was to continuously succeed, continuously win, and continuously move forward. Everyone knew the location of the Henghi realm. In the Heavenly Eye's observation, and with Qing Xian leading the way, there wouldn't be any deviation. What would be waiting for them next? They were full of anticipation. Kang Yangzi saw the insect nest from afar. That breath was unforgettable for humans. Zerg. Winged people. And a large group of void beast. The Henghi realm is so amazing. They even gathered all these bloodthirsty guys in the universe. Looks like we were right to stand on the side of the fifth ring, now we're still standing on the side of the beasts. Isn't that stupid? I'm curious. What's the reason for these beasts to work so hard? Isn't the Henghi realm's instigation a bit insufficient? Yu Yang sighed. Of course there's no problem with standing on the side. But don't underestimate these beasts. In theory, the heavenly axiom is fair. When the era changes, every cultivation creature has its own chance. You can't say that they're foreign just because they have hair and you don't. In their eyes, we're still foreign in the game of chess in the universe. This shouldn't be just the power of the Henghi realm, otherwise, we can't explain why Zerg and the winged people are so hell-bent on cooperating. This should be related to a fight from above. This can't be avoided. They stand higher than us, and they can see further than us. All these abnormalities are the result of a collision after a meticulous plan. This is just the beginning. There will be more things in the future that you and I don't understand. Hopefully, we can live until that day. Kang Yangzi nodded, roping in Zerg and releasing the winged people. This isn't something that ordinary human orthodoxes can do. We can't do it, not even the fifth ring. Then the reason behind this can only be a plan from a higher level. There are so many void beasts that they're almost forming a beast tide. I've never heard of them being organized. The fifth ring has always boasted that offense is the best defense. What happened this time? Did their backbone break after leaving Shenyuan? Yu Yang's expression was solemn. Shenyuan is indeed the sharpest blade of the fifth ring, but they actually have two other sword vein. Together, they have 30% of Xuanyuan's strength. This isn't the most important thing. The most important thing is that they sent 40 sun gods to Henghi. The characteristic of the fifth ring has always been that they prioritize quality over quantity. At the same level, they are stronger than other orthodoxes. This is also a fact. Henghi's strategy is very correct. Using quantity to fight quality is also a good method. But what they don't know is that we, Yang Ding, exist. Let us teach these beasts a lesson. Over the years, I, Yang Ding, have experienced several insect infestations. It's time to settle the score. Chapter 1825. In the beast territory, a large group of demonic beasts gathered and began to gallop in the direction of Henghi. Lu Xiaoyi, the peacock tribe, the goose tribe, the black dragon tribe, and many other demonic beast tribes. In theory, this war was only limited to sun god level cultivators. The reason at that time was because of the distance and the inconvenience of low realms. However, such inconvenience did not exist for the creatures in the beast territory. Demonic beasts were warlike by nature. The news had already been leaked, so it was normal for a large group of monarch-level demonic beasts to follow. The big demons could not be controlled, so Lu Xiaoyi did not bother to say more. In his opinion, when Henghi boundary was broken, it would be best for these guys to do the dirty work that was inconvenient for big cultivators to do. They were mighty and looked like the main force, but in fact, they were not. In terms of time arrangement, they had already coordinated precisely and controlled the distance of 1 year from Henghi boundary. Because it would take a long time for the monsters to come down from the interior heaven, it was impossible for them to directly land in Henghi boundary. There were always errors. The process of gathering was also a process of psychological pressure on Henghi boundary. The 3 battlefields had all become open wars, which was a real phenomenon in the cultivation world. In every boundary, every force was cautious and guarded themselves well, staring at the opponents of others. There was no longer the possibility of a long-distance attack and breaking the boundary in one strike. Especially for a big boundary like Henghi boundary, you'll never know where their connections are. The so-called alliance became a sieve in the end. Strategic advantages could not be the same in terms of tactics. This was the essence of the art of war. Several forces were converging towards Henghi boundary. Some were in the plan, and some were not. As they moved, Lu Xiaoyi frowned more and more. He felt something. With the ability of a half-immortal, it would be a joke if he could not feel it now. Brother Black Dragon, Sister Kong, Brother Yang, I'm afraid little Yi can't go with you. The 3 non-humans also felt something, but it was very vague. They looked at him and waited for his explanation. Lu Xiaoyi smiled. Our boots are on the ground. Henghi boundary's backup plan has been made. We thought about it countless times, but we did not consider exterior masters. The Black Dragon was stunned for a moment before he understood. That's right. How could there be no exterior-level masters participating in such a big event? I wonder how many of them have come down. I heard that there is a huge disparity in the number of people in the inner and outer scenic skies. Can the few of you hold up? Do you want us to send some people over to help you? Lu Xiaoyi smiled bitterly. No need. It was inappropriate for others to interfere in the battle between interior and exterior masters. This was a collision between two groups that believed themselves to be leading the future of the universe. They were all arrogant people, so they might not necessarily win by numbers. Brothers and sisters, we've already mentioned this situation in our previous plan. Little ye had to go and chase away those fellows of the exterior realm. Otherwise, if they came down, there would be no need to fight the world-ending battle of Hung River. Hung River's side will depend on you. I won't say anything about sincere cooperation or steady progress. Everyone, take care. We will meet again at the Hung River. The few of them said their goodbyes without much attachment. This was the normal state of the universe in the future. If you could endure it, then endure it. If you couldn't, then just become a corpse. Who could replace who? They did have a plan for this, but they were worried that the demons of the interior realm wouldn't arrive on time. If that was the case, the 5 rings, Beast Territory, Heaven's Choice, and Juzian had to hold up the situation first. Whether or not they could break the realm was secondary. First, they had to hold on to the Buddhist sect, Anchor Chain, Floating Sinking, and Light. There were a few old fellows here. Guandu, Qingyangzi, Taoist Pang, White Brows, and Broken Silkworm. They were all experienced and ruthless people. Their strength was above the Hung River, so there was nothing to worry about. It was only a matter of time before they broke the realm. The alliance couldn't be broken. This was the prerequisite. Lu Xiaoyi leaped and went deep into the unknown. He made up his mind and his spirit left his body. In his impression, the clouds in the inner scenic sky were tumbling and there were breaths constantly rushing out. Those were the demons on the move. There was a special connection between the half-immortals, especially in such an intense situation. They might not be able to sense Lu Xiaoyi, but the inner and outer scenic sky were very clear about each other's movements. They were destined to be enemies. Lu Xiaoyi could not only feel the changes in the inner scenic sky, but he could also feel the changes in a place he didn't know. That was the celestial phenomenon caused by a group of cultivators from the exterior realm descending to the world. These two breaths stopped for a while after rushing out of the inner and outer scenic sky. They didn't go directly to the Hung River boundary, but on the basis of defy going to the Hung River boundary, they collided with each other. It was obvious that before they reached the Hung River boundary, they would meet in advance. To both sides, suppressing each other was much more important than the survival of the Hung River boundary. He sighed and took a shortcut to rush forward. The distance between them was so far that before Lu Xiaoyi and the inner scenic sky met, the two groups of demons would collide first. This was the battle of fate. It was getting more and more interesting. He admitted that his deduction was not careful enough. Not only him, but also Qing Xian and the other demons of the inner scenic sky. After all, they had just entered the inner scenic sky and were not familiar with the general trend of this level of competition. They had been in the main world for many years, and their minds were full of boundaries and races. However, they didn't realize that they were no longer ordinary cultivators. Their every move would inevitably involve the entire half-immortal class, and even the high and mighty immortal court. Once a big event happened, the complexity would be far more complicated than the main world. Who was instigating such a process? It couldn't be the Hung River boundary, or it could be said that the Hung River boundary was just a pretense pushed forward. There was still the real driving force. Lu Xiaoyi went through everything in his mind again. The assassination in the bamboo hat, the appearance of the exterior realm. He tried to open his mind and not be limited to the framework of the main world. He also realized that among the higher-level cultivation forces he had come into contact with, there was actually a force that he had always inadvertently neglected. The Third Eye. This organization had always existed. Even if all the half-immortals and immortals were restrained in their positions, the Third Eye had always maintained its normal operation. It was very likely that the immortal court used it to control the storms in the lower world. He didn't seem to be very popular in the Third Eye. Yes, he was not popular, but he was very popular with the spirit treasure. It was a pity that he hadn't made contact with an influential existence in this aspect. He was completely confused about the internal structure of the Third Eye. There were still too many things that he didn't understand. However, with the competition surrounding the Heng River boundary, various forces had entered the stage. In this sense, moving the Heng River boundary was really a stroke of genius. If the water was not muddied, then the fish would not come out. Let's fight together, since we have nothing to do anyway. Chapter 1826. The Fifth Ring cultivators were preparing to move out. Without the fastest swordsman army, the swordsman army formed by the Firmament Sword Sect and Wei Jian Mountain was very weak. It was difficult for them to take on any attack independently. Due to the lack of numbers, even if they pierced through the enemy's formation, they lacked the strength to follow up. They did not have enough strength to deal with the insect swarm, winged beasts, and void beasts. Since they could not be used as a strategic force, they could only be used as a tactical force together with the main army. They had no choice but to be responsible for opening up the situation in a large army battle. Compared to the previous Fifth Ring War, the strength of the Fifth Ring army was much weaker this time. They were short of 40 sun gods, more than 20%. The sharpest blade was not here. There were also no reinforcements from their home planet. However, if the immemorial beasts and the sun top group were added into the mix, it was hard to say whether their strength would increase or decrease. Without Xuanyuan's strategic force, the tactics available to the Fifth Ring army were greatly limited. This was an unavoidable fact. Their tactics could only deviate from the Daoist's most preferred strategy. In other words, they could only place their opponents closer. Otherwise, they would not be able to fight in the field and defend their home planets at the same time. As the commander of the Fifth Ring army, the pressure on Wushang Changjin was huge. However, with his experience, he still found a few weaknesses in the enemy's approach. There were no human cultivators strategizing among them. The cultivators from the Heng River boundary did not come. This was very easy to understand. In the formation of any army, the part directly led by the commander should be the strongest. Otherwise, how could they convince the others? Both sides had their reasons. Between the chicken and the duck, who had the most weight? Of course, the strongest had the most right to speak. Especially in such a non-human battle group. It was useless even if they came, they might as well not come. It was impossible for the Heng River boundary to send an army to the Fifth Ring. This situation was qualitatively different from the previous Fifth Ring War. Last time, the humans and Buddhists were mobilized as a whole. Their attacks and defenses were strict and they could advance and retreat with ease. However, it was completely different this time. The second situation was that a large portion of the enemies were void beast. Void beasts viewed the human domain as a forbidden area. The air that humans breathed was poison to them, so in reality, it was impossible for void beasts to enter the Fifth Ring. This was an opportunity that could be exploited. After much deliberation, old Chang Jin came to a conclusion. The way I see it, the five-ringed enemy is only there to harass and restrain them. They didn't have the confidence to take down the Fifth Ring, so they were only pretending to be aggressive. This was the first. Secondly, the enemy's cooperation with each other was rusty, and there were no humans in the middle to command them. Before the battle started, they could still bluff, but when the battle really started, their true colors would be revealed. They took advantage of our lack of strength, and Shenyuan is far away in Qingkong, so they dared to harass us with such a motley crew. He looked at the crowd and said sternly, "The main battlefield is at Heng River. We can't go too far." The dangerous battlefield was in the Green Sky continent, and it would definitely be the first place to start the battle. Therefore, it was useless to go there now. Why don't we focus here and fight a satisfying battle of annihilation? No one opposed him. This was actually the wish of almost all the Fifth Ring forces. They wanted to fight more confidently and freely, to have a bigger appetite, and to be more unrestrained. Why should they be shocked by the enemy's huge numbers? When had the five-ringed battle ever paid attention to the enemy's numbers? Not to mention the cooperation of the immemorial beasts and Yang Ding. If they didn't dare to devour the enemy, they wouldn't be worthy of being five-ringed. Chang Jin glared and shouted, "The key is to lure the enemy into the battlefield that we have set up. Don't think about whether you can devour them or not. Once the situation is chaotic, they will have to bite each other. Feigning defeat to lure the enemy is the most ancient tactic, and also the most practical one. If we use it cleverly, we can create a situation of annihilation. The enemy is just a bunch of barbaric beasts who drink raw meat and drink blood. With the intelligence of humans, can't we subdue them? Charge more fiercely, act more arrogantly, and speak more viciously. These are your specialties. Let's set up a pocket for them. Even if we are restraining the battlefield, we have to fight with the momentum of a decisive battle. If we really annihilate these beasts, who would dare to say that we are just dividing the battlefield?" Everyone's blood boiled when they heard this, and they agreed in unison. To them, the current situation was the most unbearable one. Hung River was too far away, and they couldn't go. They couldn't make an accurate judgment on the blue sky and the five rings. There was no reason to give up everyone's base and focus on the mother planet of the blue sky. You couldn't be emotional in war, you had to be rational. Chang Jin was indeed an old fox that had lived for thousands of years. With just a few words, he made the originally gloomy atmosphere more lively and pushed the momentum to the extreme. With such a contrast between the enemy and themselves, it wasn't difficult to defeat the enemy. Perhaps it was because of this reason that the people of Hung River were equipped with guerrilla races that were best at roaming the void of the universe. The winged people, Zerg, and the void beasts, which one of them didn't roam the void their entire lives? The difficult part was to annihilate them. It required planning, the environment, a sufficient appetite, and the courage to soar to the heavens. Because once they couldn't encircle or devour the enemy, the one to collapse might be the power of the five rings. If it was 10 times the number, encircle it, and if it was 10 times the number, attack it. The military principles of mortals were also useful in some aspects in the cultivation world. Even with the help of the immemorial beast Yang Ding Ren, the five rings didn't have an advantage in numbers against the massive swarm of insects and beasts. They didn't even have an advantage in numbers, let alone 10 times. Tong Yang clapped her hands. That's feasible. This time, only 2 insect nests came, and there are only a few thousand winged people. The problem is the choice of environment. There aren't any dangerous encirclements around the five rings. Even if there were, the beasts wouldn't really go in. Since there aren't any, we'll rely on our limited resources to set up one ourselves. What she said was the crux of the problem: to set up a big pocket in the void of the universe, and to a certain extent, with the help of astronomical conditions that wouldn't arouse the attention of the creatures, it was a very profound skill to contain thousands of creatures. However, this was the method that the orthodox Taoists were best at. Whether it was the Supreme Sect, the Three Pure Ones, Temple of Heaven, or the hundreds of orthodox Taoist sects in the Five Rings, this was their old profession. However, this time, the hole had to be big enough and deep enough. When the crowd gathered firewood, the fire would burn high, and the group of ghosts would plot a poisonous knife. Soon, an area that wasn't dangerous was chosen. The distance was just right, and it was suitable for advancing and retreating. This was a miniature galaxy made up of 6 small planets. As long as they put in effort to set it up, with these 6 small planets as the foundation, they could use arrays, artifacts, trigrams, and talismans to design a big pocket. To the orthodox Taoists, these were the things that they didn't lack the most. Chapter 1827. Xiao Mountain, above Zhonglaro Peak. The violent spatial fluctuations could be clearly felt by the entire northern region. Then, a huge insect nest appeared in front of everyone. Its size was comparable to the towering Zhonglaro Peak. It wasn't the first time the swordsman had seen such a huge thing. In the previous battle of the Five Rings, they had destroyed 3 of them. However, this thing seemed endless. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't destroy it all. Hold on. Bu Lian ordered with her divine sense. The dimensional passage was still there. If they attacked too early, some of the enemies would retreat. The reason why his opponent had sent him a hive first was because he wanted to use the sword cultivator's hatred of the Zergs to lure him in. Bu Lian was experienced. She could feel that such a passage that could accommodate an insect nest wouldn't last long. It might only take a few breaths. She didn't see any human cultivators. However, this kind of trick couldn't fool her. If Zerg had this kind of ability, he would have dominated the universe long ago. Why would he be used as a tool like this? The insects began to fly in all directions. She still didn't see any human cultivators. Bu Lian's expression didn't change. She was waiting. Waiting for the moment when the dimensional passage wasn't big enough for humans to pass through. She didn't want to leave any path of retreat for the enemy. These few breaths were also the time for the commanders of the two sides to test their mental fortitude. Yi Shichou didn't show himself because he was observing the situation on Xiao Mountain. If there was an ambush by the Shenyuan swordsmen, they could still retreat before the passage closed. Of course, this referred to the human yang spirit retreating. There was no hope for such a huge insect nest. Bu Lian didn't attack because she was waiting for the passage to disappear. She would rather let the insects crawl all over the mountain and pretend that she didn't see them. In less than 5 breaths, the dimensional space shrank rapidly. It was no longer big enough for a cultivator to pass through safely. Bu Lian's divine sense shook. Raise your sword. At the same time, Guanshan, who was already prepared, shook his hand and fused a Dao Jiao into the snowy region of Xiao Mountain. This was the Dao Jiao, vast snowy region, which Hu Shuedao had made for his sect. Dao Jiao, like Jushu, was limited by the way of heaven and could not take the initiative to attack. Dao Jiao was more like a mysterious supplement. Hu Shuedao certainly knew that his sect was never short of attacking power. They only lacked the power to control. Therefore, the function of the vast snow domain was that as long as the snow on the mountain did not melt, the sky would always be the same. Using the snowflakes that covered the entire Pyrolite Mountain, they locked down all the dimensional spaces around Pyrolite Mountain. This was Hu Shuedao's original Dao, the Dao of ice and snow. In this aspect, even the Crow ancestor was not as professional as him. The immortal slaying sword formation, formed by 3,000 swordsmen, was immediately formed. From the grand membrane of heaven and earth, everything within 5,000 miles of Mount Xiao had become a forbidden zone for life, a place where flying swords could wreak havoc. How much sword light could a Yuanying receive? No less than 100,000 Dao essences, depending on one's ability. Before the coiling sword was popularized, it was very difficult for the sword light division of the outer sword and the inner sword to harmonize. Therefore, they could not form a joint force. But things were different now. The Yuanying swordsmen all had their swords coiled within their bodies. When their swords flashed, it was no different from the inner swords. Now, there was a possibility of cooperation. The swordsmen at the monarch level had even more sword light divisions. Among them, the most outstanding ones could reach the level of 1,000,000 Dao essences. Of course, this could not be compared to the freak Lu Xiaoyi. But with almost 200 monarchs attacking at the same time, how many Dao essences could there be? The immortal slaying sword formation was like a large winch with a sharp blade inside. Tens of thousands of sword lights shot out in an orderly manner. They rotated inwards and swept across at an extreme speed. The entire Pyrolite Mountain was submerged under the sword lights. Endless, boundless, and without end. You could block this wave, but you could not block the next wave. The key was that the swordsmen continued to drive the sword lights. Wave after wave, there was no end to it. They would not stop until one of them was dead. The gigantic insect nest shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye under the incision and rotation of the sword light. As it shrank, it was accompanied by the mournful cries of countless insect. Flesh and blood filled the sky. There was not a single intact corpse to be seen. This was the sword formation's first wave of attack, the sword tide. It attacked indiscriminately and did not specifically target anyone or any young spirit. But in such a sword tide, it was the most effective survival of the fittest. Those who were not strong enough, unlucky, or unlucky would not be able to survive such a harvest of death. At the same time that the Shenyuan sword formation was set up, the Henghe young spirits, the rogue cultivators, and the Amei 2 shamans had already flashed out of the insect nest. For these young spirits, hiding in the insect nest was only to avoid being noticed, not to make it safer. No one was stupid enough to think that hiding in the insect nest would allow them to escape. The more they hid, the smaller the insect nest would become, and the denser the sword rain would become. In the end, they might not even be able to rush out. They would not even be able to move if they did not die a few times. There was no time to discuss why such a meticulous arrangement would fall into the Shenyuan swordsman's trap. They did not expect that the people of Mount Xiao would be so ruthless that they would set up such a fierce sword formation at their own mountain gate. It must be known that people were always alive and had a certain level of defensive ability. However, the mountains and buildings would not hide. They would always bear it silently. More than half of the sword light actually cut the mountains, buildings, and halls. However, the Shenyuan people did not care. It was as if this was just a barren mountain, not their sword-vain holy land. Under such circumstances, it became normal for dozens of young spirits to be cut down. Rebirth also became the norm. They were constantly being cut down and constantly being reborn. Because space was limited, they wanted to rely on rebirth to move far away, but it was useless. The weaker ones among the young spirits would be killed almost every breath. In just a dozen breaths, they had been killed more than 10 times. Even someone as strong as the young spirit could not withstand such frequent rebirth. It did not matter which reference point was the past and the future, because under tens of millions of sword lights, how much past and future could one hide? The ugly man Yi Shun and Emperor Yi's sacrificial puppet had deep skills and profound Dao realm. In addition, there were several powerful young spirits next to them. Even in such a crazy sword tide, they could maintain their safety. With their individual strength, they could now break through the formation alone. However, they did not panic in the face of danger. They knew that there were several powerful swordsman young spirits hiding in the swordsman formation. They could not break through any of them alone. Now that everyone was working hard in the sword formation, they could not see the difference. However, if the swordsman young spirits chose to target them alone in such a chaotic situation, the consequences would be hard to say. They could only gather people first. With the efforts of the two, dozens of young spirits on the Heng riverside had gathered into a group after 10 breaths. Most of them had been cut down more or less once or even several times. There were also 5 weakest young spirits who were unlucky and were simply cut into ashes. 3 of them were young spirits who were rogue cultivators from the Heng River, and 2 were great magi from the earth. This made Emperor Yi secretly shocked. Their ability was only on par with the rogue cultivators of the main world. It might be a coincidence, but the fact that none of the young spirits from the Heng River realm died was enough to prove something. Now, he was looking at the strength of Xuanyuan's sword formation, which was very terrifying. Next, he would see the ability of Xuanyuan's single cultivators. Before the battle began, he already had a bad feeling in his heart. Chapter 1828. Outside the Henghe boundary, flags fluttered in the wind. Well, flags fluttering was just an adjective. It meant that there was an army holding the line. In fact, there were no young spirit cultivators holding the flag, unless Lu Xiaoyi was here. If it was a real cultivator army, there might be perfected cultivators and yuanying, and there might be flags to boost their morale. However, there were only young spirit cultivators here. Who would make such boring things? The 5 Rings group was the first to arrive outside the Henghe boundary. As they expected, there was no one outside the Henghe boundary. They had made up their minds to learn from Zhuxian and not come out. Under their feet was the atmosphere of the Henghe boundary. It was within reach, but there was no obstruction or attack. However, they knew that all this was just an illusion. As long as you dared to take a step forward, you would immediately fall into the Henghe boundary membrane. Qing Yangzi was messing around in front of the Henghe boundary membrane. One moment his divine sense penetrated it, the next moment his Dharma power probed it, the next moment he threw in a Taoist weapon, the next moment he grabbed a spiritual pet and threw it in. He seemed to casually create a formation to resist the membrane, and so on. In this environment, you had to believe in the professionalism of a Three Pure Ones cultivator. Other young spirits were also messing around with him. In any case, they all had their own strange tricks. Juzian had Juzian's unique skills, and the Heavens Chosen had their own. Under the joint analysis of the most orthodox and comprehensive Taoist elders of the main world, the truth of the Henghe boundary membrane gradually surfaced. This is not an ordinary boundary membrane, it's the boundary membrane that has fused with the eternal river painting. In theory, it already has its own soul, however, its soul is still very mixed. It should not have been fused for more than 100 years. This was specially added to guard against us. In ancient times, there was the Book of River and Luo, which was the foundation of innate spirit treasures to become immortals. This thing is definitely inferior, but it's ingenious in its application. It's completely different from our traditional Taoist understanding. Qing Yangzi determined the nature of the Henghe boundary membrane. By my added, you can't underestimate it. Because it represents a different world. A world with an independent system. It's different from the main world that we commonly see. Innate Tao might not be useful in it. This is another system. I smell a trace of the ancient witch race from it. Which one of you is more familiar with the filthy earth? Daoist Pang looked pensive. That's not right. It seemed like there was a faintly discernible godhead in it. I wonder if it's a part of Hung River's great membrane of heaven and earth. Or eternal rivers. Or perhaps the true God that they believe in has fused a part of it. Combining everyone's judgments, they had a rough idea of the Great Barrier of the Henghe realm. However, the bad news was that to break this Great Barrier, they would need special methods, and not the methods they were already familiar with. In fact, the best way was to send someone to try it out personally. But the question was, would they be able to survive? Even if he survived, would he be able to walk out smoothly? How many people were suitable to go in? If too few people entered, they wouldn't be a threat, but if too many people entered, they might suffer more losses. This was the great membrane of heaven and earth, not a big hole in a deep well that could be pulled out if something went wrong. Perhaps what went in was a person, and what came out was a skeleton. The mysteries of cultivation were unfathomable and could not be solved by a rope. This was not cowardice, but an inevitable attitude towards new things in the world of cultivation. Cultivation required daring explorations, and also required careful planning and caution. A normal great membrane of heaven and earth was like a layer that covered a celestial realm. It wouldn't be too thick, and also needed good air and light permeability, and even physical permeability. Needless to say, for normal cultivation realms, some small meteorites were also allowed to enter. In other words, the great membrane of heaven and earth had to automatically determine whether the thing that rushed towards it was a life form that could threaten it or not. In order to do this, some mysterious existences were involved. This was determined when the great membrane of heaven and earth was established. There were many requirements for establishing a great membrane of heaven and earth in a realm. One of the basic conditions was that it needed at least 3/5 blight cultivators or second severance half-immortals, each bearing the power of the heaven, earth, and man realms to succeed. Of course, if the realm was prosperous, and talents multiplied, there could also be more half-immortals participating in the construction of the great membrane of heaven and earth. If there weren't enough talents, and the number of high-level cultivators was limited, there were also shortcuts to establish the great membrane of heaven and earth, such as Zhuju's Kuan Dao Li realm. Everything could be accommodated to a certain extent. This caused many realms to have great membranes of heaven and earth, but there was no comparison between the quality of the great membrane of heaven and earth. Some were like iron walls, impregnable, and some were like pig's piss. Its function was more reflected in early warning. With the strength of the Hung River realm, this was definitely not a cow's piss. During this period, it had been repaired by who knew how many peak stage half-immortals, and was a first-class existence in the cultivation world of the universe. But the awkward thing was that among the 3 human realms that had arrived, although they were all top-notch realms, none of them had a great membrane of heaven and earth. The 5th ring was too arrogant and advocated that offense was the best defense, so they disdained to have a great membrane of heaven and earth. Juzian had the heaven and earth chessboard as a replacement, which had other uses. Heaven's choice had no opponents in the negative space, and its incomparably huge size was its greatest defensive deterrent. There was actually no comparison. For a great membrane of heaven and earth in the normal sense, a cultivator would be like hitting a layer of leather cushion and would be bounced back. Naturally, the realm would receive a warning. The greater the force of the collision, the further one would be bounced back, just like a trampoline. Until the force of the collision was enough to overwhelm the limit of the great membrane's support. It was like a big fat person crushing a children's trampoline. But in the cultivation world, the toughness of a trampoline came from the celestial body itself. For a giant top-notch realm like the Hung River realm, it was obviously impossible to find a fat person who could crush it. Strength in numbers didn't apply here, because no matter how many people there were, it was impossible to gather everyone's strength at one point. If more people pressed down, the great membrane had its own ways to make these pressures offset each other, so it was better for one person to use all his strength to smash it. There were also higher-level great membranes of heaven and earth that didn't bounce you off, but trapped you in a certain space environment. Then, you would be at the mercy of the Aborigines. In this sense, the heaven and earth chessboard was actually a special variant of the great membrane of heaven and earth. The Hung River realm's great membrane of heaven and earth also belonged to this type. But it didn't pull people into the chessboard, but pulled people to bathe. What was worse was that this bathing place wasn't very hygienic. There were all kinds of strange things. There were fat turtles with big stomachs, glossy shrimps, and so on. All of them were aquatic creatures that relied on eating river sacrificial humans to fatten themselves up. Such a river actually had divinity. When the water was too clear, there would be no fish. When the water was too muddy, there would be turtles. When the water was too dirty, there would be divinity. It was really a strange world. Chapter 1829. The 5 Rings group was knocking outside the great earth membrane of Hung River, dilly-dallying, and getting close to each other was actually to lure the people of Hung River out. There were only 3 realms, so it was a good opportunity to break them one by one. But the people of Hung River had made up their minds to be cowards, or perhaps they had seen through the intentions of these invaders, so they had no intention of coming out. They even threw out some flying pancakes from within the realms to reward the army. The provocation was unbridled. After a few days of research, the other groups came one after another, still with the same research and the same conclusion. A month later, all members of the Annihilation Alliance arrived. The 5 Rings Buddhist sect, Juzian, and Heaven's Choice each had 40 young gods, Anchor Chain, Floating Sink, and Light each had 30. In addition to the monsters and ancient beasts, there were about 300 of them. This kind of strength was definitely enough to crush Hung River realm, but the changes in the exterior realm made everything unpredictable. It was said that there were at least 100 of the exterior realm geniuses this time. If compared to the number of half-immortals in the interior and exterior realm, this number didn't seem excessive. Everyone knew that the fighting style of these half-immortal geniuses was that the winner would take all. Their ultimate goal actually had little to do with Hung River realm. They were fighting for power and the Great Way. Whichever side lost would retreat, and wouldn't beg for mercy. In other words, there was the possibility of hundreds of exterior realm geniuses supporting Hung River realm. But they knew the location of these geniuses, but they couldn't interfere. That was another battlefield. A subtle mentality rippled through the Allied forces. It was not that everyone wanted to leave, it was not that shallow. However, everyone's mentality began to lean towards seeking stability and success rate. It was no longer possible to recklessly attack head-on. This was not only the intention of the Buddhist sect and the Radiant Realm, but also the intention of Anchor Chain and Fu Chen. Even Juzian and Heaven's Choice secretly expressed that they hoped the 5 Rings would be more cautious, suggesting that they should only attack when they had a better understanding of the great earth membrane of Hung River realm. This was everyone's attitude. They hoped to make a decision after the geniuses in the interior and exterior realm had a winner. It wasn't wrong, but, in private, Guan was very disdainful. If this is a matter of the 5 rings, our only countermeasure is to take down Hung River realm before the exterior realm has a winner. Who cares about them? Even if an exterior level master eventually gained the upper hand and drove away the exterior level master, he would at most fight with them again. They aren't even true half-immortals, so why are you so scared? Qing Yangzi sighed. This was the disadvantage of being in an alliance. You had to take care of the feelings of the majority. You couldn't do everything by yourself. A 5th ring was still far from being the leader of an alliance. One day, the way the 5th ring does things will be the way the entire alliance does things. But now was not the right time. The few of them and I have been researching whether it is possible to quickly break through the Hung River's macro membrane. As long as he could make direct contact with the people of Hung River, everything would be fine, but from the looks of it now, there wasn't much progress. Guan Leng, you have to be careful. This isn't something that can be solved by your flying swords. This membrane is especially effective against brute force. It was used by the people of Hung River to deal with you. Therefore, the sword vein shouldn't interfere in the matter of breaking through the membrane. The rhythm will be set by our Dharma vein. This is a division of labor. Don't be rash. Guan didn't argue forcefully. Everyone had their own specialties. The sword vein and Dharma vein had competed for tens of thousands of years in the 5 rings. He admired the Dharma vein's methods. They deserved their reputation. I asked the Black Dragon if he could influence the eternal river painting in the macro membrane, but he refused. The dragon race is better at stirring up trouble in physical rivers. They can't do anything about this kind of spiritual painting mimicry, but he also said that he had already informed the Rani fish race through the primordial beasts. They are best at using this kind of mimicry in the river, but the timing is uncertain. We can't confirm it. The Rani fish was a mountain of Inu. The Ishire River came from Yang, and the North Stream flowed into the Marsh of Goats. It was a fish with the body of a fish, the head of a snake, and 6 legs. Its eyes were like the ears of a horse. It could be eaten without squinting. Of course, this was an ancient legend. Only the primordial beasts themselves knew where it lived. Qing Yangzi shook his head regretfully. Back then, he hadn't thought through the distribution of combat power. He had placed most of the primordial beasts in the direction of the 5 rings to deal with those bastards. He had only placed the dragon race in the Hung River. He didn't expect to borrow them this time. The 2 places were far apart. Even the primordial beasts wouldn't be able to travel back and forth in a short period of time. It was just a thought, but it might not be realized. The Black Dragon's refusal was very normal. This had nothing to do with their relationship. No matter how good their relationship was, you couldn't ask them to bury their entire race here. He said regretfully, distant water can't quench the present thirst. Actually, in essence, since the macro membrane was established by a half-immortal, it's best for a half-immortal cultivator to break it. Unfortunately, we still have to wait. Guan said hatefully, that bastard Little Yi doesn't care about his status when he hears about fighting. If he's here, he might be able to go in and take a look. Qing Yangzi disapproved. Stop. There's a difference between half-immortals. Since when did the legacy of Shenyuan establish a grand membrane? Did your Shenyuan participate in the construction of Qing Kong's macro membrane? It's the same even if he comes, he'll just randomly hack with his flying sword. There's nothing out of the ordinary. Although the whole alliance leaned towards waiting, they still had to do what they had to do. All kinds of preparations, all kinds of probing. Although they didn't go in, countless magical items never stopped. Spiritual pets, puppets, zombies, spiritual treasures, juju, dao jiao, and even those who drove floating rafts to crash into it. They jumped off the rafts before the collision. It could be said that they didn't work hard. However, the long scroll of the Eternal River, which had a godhead, never let them succeed. As long as the magical items went in, they would immediately cut off the connection with their divine sense. They wouldn't be able to determine the specific situation inside through what the magical items saw, let alone fly out by themselves. After losing a heroic spirit body and a spiritual treasure, Daoist Pang had no choice but to admit his failure. What I can be sure of is that this godhead's origin is extraordinary. Ordinary godheads can't display such a powerful effect within a mere 100 years because of the short time it takes to fuse with them. These two items of mine aren't ordinary items. They're spiritual items that can enter and exit the 9 underworlds. After entering, they still disappeared without a trace. This means that there must be some kind of divinity above them. I think that this isn't something inherent in the macro membrane or the long scroll of the Eternal River. Instead, it's a direct intervention from the upper realm. This doesn't conform to the rules. Bai Mai frowned. We're about to lose our lives. The realm is about to be destroyed. What rules are there to talk about? Of course, we have to take care of what's in front of us first. Everything else can wait. The only thing we haven't used now is to set up a realm-breaking formation and break it with pure strength through the formation. If that still doesn't work, I'm afraid we'll really have to wait for Little Yi and the others to come up with something. Chapter 1830. Lu Xiaoyi leaped forward, trying his best to increase his speed. He wanted to join the interior team soon after the collision of the inner and outer scenic skies. Due to their relative positions, he couldn't meet up with Qing Xian in advance. In his perception, the movements of the inner and outer scenic skies monsters were different. The geniuses of the inner realm were more concentrated when they landed, so they could maintain a relatively complete form during the collision. However, it was different for the geniuses of the outer realm. Perhaps it was because of their larger size, they seemed to be more scattered after they came out, converging forward from all directions. But whether it was the inner or outer scenic skies, they were very clear about each other's next move. They moved as one, which was towards each other. No one moved in the direction of Hung River. This was related to their Dao. To these monsters, the battle of the inner and outer scenic skies was far more important than a domain of the main world. Not to mention Heng River, even the 5 rings couldn't arouse their interest. In such a situation, Lu Xiaoyi's flight path coincided with that of the other prodigy of the exterior. Before they reached the place where their main forces would collide, the two of them had already collided. Lu Xiaoyi relied on his stronger spiritual power to discover his opponent before his opponent, so the flying sword attacked first. To him, it didn't matter whether he knew who it was or not. What was important was to understand the attitude of the exterior. He had no experience in the development of the situation after the collision of the inner and outer scenic skies, and there were no precedents for this kind of thing to follow. Since the establishment of the inner and outer scenic skies, there didn't seem to be such a sharp confrontation between large groups of people. So, should they fight to the death, or should they fight with restraint? Within what range? He didn't know. Intuitively, he felt that if they had to kill all of one side, it didn't seem to be the case. It was the first time for everyone to experience the change of an era, so they still needed to figure out the propriety. After all, he had only been in the interior for a short time, so he didn't know if Qing Xian and the rest had any rules when they came down. What was the intention of the exterior master? This was the first collision between the two young groups since the beginning of cultivation. They needed to cross the river by feeling the stones. His opponent wasn't weak either. His divine sense was slightly weaker than his, but not by much. He sensed the incoming flying sword and knew that it was from one of the most ferocious orthodoxies in the universe. He didn't want to be entangled in a fight. He continued to cast spells, but he didn't stop moving. Instead, he sped up. His name was Engge, and he came from a once prosperous sect that was now in decline. His sect used to be one of the few top-notch great realms in the Western Heaven, but now its glory was gone. A starving camel was still bigger than a horse, but it was still able to produce such an evildor like him. It was just that its foundation was somewhat weak, and it could no longer take whatever it wanted like in the past. To him, the most important thing was to find the main force of the exterior, not fight to the death with a madman. When they were discussing this matter in the exterior realm, They had speculated about the level of control of the situation. They had even consulted the most respected senior of the exterior realm, the fifth decay, but the information they received was also vague. However, there was one thing that was certain, and that was that it would not end with one side completely annihilating the other. This was not in line with the intention of the heavenly axiom. The heavenly axiom wanted to find the most suitable figures of the new era for the change of the era, and not kill until blood flowed like a river. How cool would it be if the cultivation world was bare? However, the problem was that if there was no one, or if there was no one at the top to coordinate, it seemed impossible to expect these Evilders to control their mentality by themselves. You could blame me for being ruthless, and I could blame you for having too many people, but there was no one to judge. The only way to find the answer was at the scene of the collision between the two sides. Before that, there was not much meaning in risking one's life. Of course, if the opponent was weak, he would not mind teaching him a lesson. However, his opponent was a swordsman. The main reason was that his former glory was gone, and his back was not as strong as before. Lu Xiaoyi was also somewhat confused after seeing the opponent's reaction. This kind of attitude of turning a blind eye, not fighting back, and not retorting was relatively rare in the cultivation world of the universe. It was possible for an ordinary cultivator, but for an Evildor like him, even if he was an exterior realm Evildor, his character was too weak, wasn't it? No matter who you were, it was the duty of an Evildor to fight a battle first. Otherwise, how could he be called an Evildor? He should be called a coward. He also roughly understood something. There might be some rules at the place where the inner and outer stone sky collided. Was that why he was not in a hurry? This made his intention of exploring the strength of an exterior realm Evildor go down the drain. What were the rules? In fact, he also wanted to know. The place where the two met was very close to the place where the inner and outer stone sky collided. It was so close that Ang Ji sped up and found the main group. Lu Xiaoyi followed closely behind. With a sweep of his divine sense, he roughly understood that there were 43 interior realm Evilders, including him, and more than 90 exterior realm Evilders. As soon as he appeared, Qing Xian's divine sense had already found him. The power of the heaven's eye is involved. It's a waste of time to follow the rules. But it's not limited to personal grudges. Bite him. Kill as many as you can. Lu Xiaoyi immediately understood and shouted at the white eye in the middle of the two sides, I came here because I had a lot of friction with this fellow Taoist. Since the sword has been unsheathed, it should be settled. Please support me with the imperial edict. Although the communication was short, Qing Xian's meaning was clear. The heaven's eye had already interfered with the battle of the exterior and outer stone sky. Regardless of the reason, it was obviously suspected of binding the old lady's feet. This method alone was disadvantageous to the interior realm, or rather, disadvantageous to the alliance that the interior realm was on. They were on the offensive, so they had to end the battle quickly. Any delay would lead to changes. On the other hand, the Hung River side occupied by the exterior realm was on the defensive side. Relying on the bounded domain, they could waste time with them unscrupulously. The longer the time dragged on, the easier it was for changes to occur. However, the rules of the Heaven's Eye were not limited to those who originally had grudges and karma. They could be resolved in advance. That was probably what it meant. However, the interior and outer stone sky cultivators all came from the four symbols heaven. There was a long distance between them, so how could there be so many grudges? That was why Qing Xian told him to take this opportunity to eliminate the exterior Evildor who came with him. He did not know this person, but according to Qing Xian's words, he knew him. There must be a reason why this Three Pure Ones trash wanted to eliminate him in advance. However, in such a hurry, he really could not find a good reason. They did not know each other in the first place, so he could only use a small dispute before he came as an excuse. The white eye hovered in the air, in a closed state. However, no one thought that it could not see anything with its eyes closed. The hosts of the Heaven's Eye were all genuine immortals. The gap between them was too big. However, Ang Ji did not admit it. There is no dispute. The flying sword is far away from me. Maybe this fellow Taoist was practicing his sword alone during the journey? This was where the two of them were arguing. Lu Xiaoyi's meaning was, sorry, I beat him up. So we have grudges. Ang Ji's meaning was, sorry, you didn't beat me up. I fell down myself. Chapter 1831. The one-eyed man couldn't tolerate their squabbling, so he made a judgment. There's no need to say more. The cause and effect are small, so the grudge is not established. Lu Xiaoyi was speechless. He knew it wasn't good to talk back, so he could only join the interior team. He quickly asked, what's going on? Qing Xian asked, don't ask first. I want to know what's going on in Hung River. How many realms are involved? How many are there? Then we can settle it. After listening to Lu Xiaoyi, Qing Xian heaved a sigh of relief. What he was most afraid of was that there weren't enough people to besiege Hung River realm, waiting for the interior half-immortals like them. He thought it would be good if 70 or 80% of them could come, but he didn't expect Lu Xiaoyi to run so fast. His ability to get things done was really impressive. Hung River realm had an obvious advantage, so they had more choices. Of course, with the participation of Heaven's Eye, there weren't many choices left for them. We didn't know about Heaven's Eye's interference beforehand. We only sensed it after we left the interior realm. These people are basically all members of Heaven's Eye, so we have to abide by its rules. There's nothing we can do about it. Inner and outer talents all belong to Heaven's Eye. This is why Heaven's Eye has to control the scope of conflict. But for us cultivators, the Great Tao is the most important. Even Heaven's Eye has to consider this point. What we're waiting for now is a way to resolve the dispute. What we can be sure of is that no one can back down. This concerns the dignity of the inner and exterior realms. It's not something that can be erased by a single person or organization, even if he's a true immortal. Lu Xiaoyi sighed. The thing that worried him the most had happened. He didn't know if he was right or wrong to come here. There's no problem with Hung River's strength, but that doesn't mean there's no problem in other aspect. After a long siege, there's bound to be changes, especially when there's Buddhism and light who aren't on the same side as us. We can't care about other directions for now, but we have to try to hurry up here. We can't take things for granted just because we don't have to worry about Hung River. The people of Hung River want us to drag this out. Qing Xian nodded. I know, I'll do my best. Lu Xiaoyi's suddenly. Heaven's Eyes this time, do you think it's biased? Qing Xian sneered. But the time is being dragged. His meaning was self-evident. In the past few million years, there were far more immortals in the debilitating state upper realm than there were ancient methods. The things within were worth pondering. The end of the era is near, and the Blight Realm technique's time is limited. There isn't much time left for them to jump around. Lu Xiaoyi's eyes turned cold. How did these people of the exterior come down? I knew Heaven's Eye's character. He was only willing to manipulate from behind and would never jump to the front. Then, how did these people get in touch with each other? Qing Xian had investigated this matter a long time ago. Fortunately, Prince Elian of Dendrobium knew one of the leaders of the exterior masters. It must be a demon from the Henghe realm who is playing tricks on the exterior. The one with the nose piercing. His name was Marathi. Hung River was in trouble, and the exterior masters had come to help. Originally, they might not have been able to pull out such a large team, but who asked our interior heaven to come down? So, these people aren't here to save Henghe, they're here to target us. This is the essence. How strong are they? What I mean is, compared to us interior heaven masters. Qing Xian knew what he meant. This grandson was really arrogant, taking himself out of the interior heaven. The implication was that they were not at the same level as the swordsman. This was a bit hurtful, but he knew that it was probably the truth. This guy's breath was now completely unfathomable, full of mystery. I haven't tried, but I heard from Elian that under normal circumstances, the demons of the interior heaven are above them, but we can't rule out the outliers in the exterior heaven, such as Marathi. There must be such people in this group, but we can't find them one by one. Xiaoyi, You have to know that this confrontation is not just a pure internal and external struggle, but also a struggle between mainstream and non-mainstream. We, the Orthodox Taoist sect and its branches, the Orthodox Buddhist sect and its collateral branches, and even the demonic beasts who have learned Taoist magic arts, have a place in the interior heaven. Why can't they? Can they only stay in the exterior heaven? The universe is big, and Taoism and Buddhism are the mainstream, but this doesn't mean that there are no other orthodoxies. If all of them are added up, the total number is not to be underestimated. These people are the orthodoxies that are not recognized by Taoism and Buddhism, just like the Hung He boundary. But if you want to know what the basis is, I don't know. They were the real heretical existences. In terms of foundation, they are far less profound than Taoism and Buddhism, but in terms of actual combatability, they are unconventional and can't be underestimated. Don't be careless, they are also very good at fighting for the front line, fighting for life and death in a moment. You guys are fast, and there is an element of luck in it. Who can guarantee that you will always be faster than others? Lu Xiaoyi smiled. This was the concern of a friend, with good intentions. Although he had long stopped pursuing speed, after confirming his past and present, the biggest change in his swordsmanship was that he slowed down. It couldn't be better to like fighting for the front line, it saved him time. After a short pause, everyone had arrived. The interior heaven was already ready, waiting for the exterior heaven monsters. They came out of the exterior heaven in a scattered way, so it took time for them to come here. But now, what should come will come, and if it doesn't come now, it won't come anymore. As soon as the one-eyed man opened his eyes, the hearts of all the monsters shook violently. This was the true immortal's show of strength. He wanted to tell them that even if they were half immortals, they wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow from the true immortal. The universe is in chaos, the era is changing, there are many chaotic phenomena, and demons are dancing. This is unexpected, but also reasonable. You are all for your own future, it is the duty of a cultivator. There is no doubt that the heavenly eye won't stop you. Individual fights don't affect the overall situation, but between groups, it can lead to chaos. I won't deny that chaos is not rare now, but if it goes too far, now is not the time. Almost 100 half-immortals fighting, just from the scope of the battle, it is difficult to not affect the surrounding human planets. There are no good people to scold, no good to fight. If something really happens, it will be too late to regret. In view of this, the heavenly eye has the obligation to intervene, not to restrain, but to limit. All of you here are under the heavenly eye system. No one has any objections to my words, right? Everyone was speechless. Whatever you say is true. You're the one who instigated the meeting, and you're the one who's worried about controlling the situation. You're both a prostitute and a chaste archway. No one here is stupid, they can all see it. But no matter what, this was also in line with their wishes. They all had similar desires, so it wasn't so bad to put them together to solve it. Chapter 1832. His single eye shone brightly in the void. There was a mountain in ancient times, and its aura was unparalleled. The mountain suppressed the river, and their veins were connected. In ancient times, when the Blight realm began to flourish, the ancient method refused to lower its head. At that time, there was no inner and outer scenic heavens. Both sides agreed to compete by the Milky Way, and it was a wonder. This true immortal was talking about an ancient legend. It was the exact opposite of the present. After the primordial era only had the upper realm ancient technique, a brand new immortal ascension technique finally appeared in the ancient era, the upper realm technique of Blight. It was more precise, more controllable, and more systematic. It was able to spread the path to becoming an immortal to any qualified orthodoxy. It clearly told you how to walk, step by step, what each step emphasized, and what to do. From then on, becoming an immortal was no longer a matter of luck. Diligent people had a way to progress, and it was no longer controlled by those who tried to reach the heavens. This was undoubtedly great news for humans who advocated hard work and believed that sweat was more important than talent. But to the ancient method cultivators, it was a heavy blow. After all, there was a limit to the number of people who could become an immortal. The cake was only so big. The more you ate, the less I ate. Although the Blight Realm cultivators were not as strong as the Ancient Method cultivators, they were superior in that they could be trained systematically. Filth arose naturally and could not be reconciled. Thus, one day, on the two sides of the Milky Way, a unique tug-of-war competition began. The Ancient Method cultivators and the Blight Realm cultivators each occupied one side of the river. They were connected by a hook, and each used all their strength to pull back. With the hook in hand, it was not something you could let go of just because you wanted to. It was a fight to the death. There was also no such thing as a long flag in the middle. After a certain distance, the winner and loser would be determined. Instead, it would be pulled back until someone from the weaker side fell into the Milky Way. This Milky Way was a river of death. Even half-immortals would not be able to survive if they entered. Under this tug, more and more people from the losing side would fall into the Milky Way and die. In the end, there were fewer and fewer people on one side, and they had no choice but to admit defeat. This was the first tug-of-war in the history of the universe. It was extremely cruel, and the rules were not perfect. In the end, all the Ancient Method cultivators fell into the Milky Way. No one admitted defeat, and no one begged for mercy. From this, one could see just how deep the conflict between the two sides had been. The ancient cultivators would rather die than submit. After that, the game of tug-of-war began to spread throughout the universe, from the cultivation world to the mortal world. With the perfection of the cultivation system and the development of the cultivation civilization, the ancient duel of tug-of-war finally withdrew from the stage of history. No one was willing to use this method to resolve disputes, because it made the cultivation of cultivators useless. Those who lost unjustly and those who won by luck relied only on brute force. As the cultivation civilization evolved, strength was only a small part of it. How could it measure the comprehensive ability of a cultivator? After it spread to the mortal world, it slowly became a way of training. Later on, there were various rules. For example, there was a long flag in the middle. If one managed to pull it to a certain position, they would win. The number of people on both sides had to be equal. If one's strength was insufficient, they could give up. The punishment was also very limited. It became a kind of game. However, this true immortal Sky Eye's so-called tug-of-war was definitely not that simple. Everyone pricked up their ears. In the mortal world, tug-of-war requires the number of participants to be equal, but in the world of cultivation, this rule doesn't apply. If you have fewer people, it means that you haven't spread enough. That's your own problem, and you only have yourself to blame. There's no reason for the more popular side to be limited by the number of people on stage. Survival of the fittest, and the common people reap what they sow. If you don't get the recognition of most people in the world of cultivation, that's your fault. Therefore, in this regard, I will follow the example of the ancient times. There's no limit to the number of participants. The true immortals but was very crooked. However, at this moment, under such circumstances, it also indirectly showed that the recognition of the individual strength of those with interior heaven was above that of those with exterior heaven. It was an open flattery, but you couldn't jump out and shout that it was unfair. If you jumped out, you would be guilty. You would be not confident. You would be afraid of difficulties and avoid the strong. Considering that the difference in the number of people on both sides was just a little more than a few times, the heaven of interior monsters all chose to keep their mouths shut without exception. Even Lu Xiaoyi and Qing Xian, who were always unwilling to suffer in silence and only knew how to take advantage of others, did not move. This was because they knew that if they stood out to refute now, it would be equivalent to trampling on the faces of all the heaven of interior monsters. They had worked so hard for so long to gather everyone together to work together. How could they be willing to destroy all their efforts because of a dispute? The two of them looked at each other and smiled bitterly. But we can't go to the Milky Way now, and there's no need for us to go. Because the rule of the ancient tug-of-war where those who enter the river die is too unfair. It doesn't help the cultivators to exert their strength. It also seems too stupid. I think if I were to suggest this, No one would agree to the tug-of-war. Am I right? No one said anything, but their attitude was very obvious. It was indeed so. If they only relied on the tug-of-war to determine life and death, they would not be able to exert their skills at all. Who could accept such a result? The long flag is the center, the rope is 10,000 feet long, and the tower is 100 feet long. One tower is one person, one tower is fixed. The loser retreats one tower. If you are not satisfied, you can challenge the other tower to a battle. The winner stays, and the loser goes, regardless of life or death. This sentence meant that he had a rope that was 10,000 feet long, and the scale was a unit of measurement of 100 feet. It was called a tower. The two sides stood in place. On the heaven of interior side, there was one person every 1,000 feet, which was the so-called one tower. Thus, the heaven of interior side had to stand on the long rope about 4,300 feet long. Because there were many people on the heaven of exterior side, there was definitely not one person per 1,000 feet. Instead, there were 2 or 3 people per 1,000 feet, which was also 4,300 feet long. When the two sides competed, no matter which side won, as long as the long flag in the middle moved to one side by 1,000 feet, the loser would have to take down one tower person. For the heaven of interior, it was one person. For the heaven of exterior, it was 2 or 3 people. This was the so-called one tower was fixed. The competition continued, until more and more people from the losing side left, and in the end, they were defeated like a landslide. However, those who left still had one last chance, which was to challenge the other tower person. In other words, if the interior master of heaven's side lost a tower, then the interior master of heaven at the front would have to challenge 2 or 3 cultivators from each tower if he wanted to make a comeback. If an exterior level expert lost, the 2 or 3 people at the front could choose any of the exterior level experts as their opponent. No matter what, it was 2 heaven of exterior side, 3 against 1 heaven of interior side. No matter how one looked at it, they were at a disadvantage. The butt of a genuine immortal was very crooked. However, it also showed the general judgment of the heaven of exterior and heaven of exterior side in the cultivation world of the universe. Thousands of heaven of interior side cultivators dared to challenge heaven of exterior side cultivators in the 10,000 decline realm on equal footing. What were they relying on? Weren't they relying on the superior strength of the heaven of interior side? In that case, what right did the heaven of interior side have to ask for a fair one-on-one duel? The real fairness was when thousands of heaven of interior side cultivators fought against tens of thousands of heaven of exterior side cultivators. If that day really came, it wouldn't be 1 against 2 or 3. It would be 1 against nearly 100. So it seemed that the heaven of interior side actually had an advantage in this tug-of-war. Chapter 1833. Take off your pants and let out your breath. Why don't you just fight in the arena? 1 versus many. Why do you have to use the ancient precedent? You're actually siding with the exterior, Lu Xiaoyi complained. Qing Xian knew that although the rules seemed fair, it was actually disadvantageous to the interior. 1 versus 2, or even 1 versus 3, could the interior freaks fight? Of course they could. The higher the realm of the cultivator, the less they feared the number of opponents. This was the characteristic of cultivation. As long as you were strong enough and had enough Tao state, even if 1 person couldn't break your defense, 3 would be useless. Besides, there was also the problem of skillful cooperation. There were no senior or junior brothers here. Everyone was the only one. Who would cooperate with who? Why was it disadvantageous? That was because there were also freaks among freaks in the exterior. Their abilities were not inferior to the experts of the heaven of interior. If such a person was paired with 1 or 2 helpers, then it would be impossible to judge the outcome of the battle. Both sides were discussing the pros and cons. This was the first battle of the freaks in the lower world. They couldn't afford to be careless. If they lost this battle, they would be restricted everywhere in the future. They wouldn't even be able to raise their heads. Beifeng asked, "Brother Xiaoyi, what do you think?" Lu Xiaoyi pursed his lips. "I think it'll work. If I say this method isn't good, Who will agree? Our interior sect members are all proud and arrogant, so no one will agree to it. Even the ingrates won't agree. The exterior even more won't agree. Let's do it this way. I'll be first. Some of the interior freaks were unconvinced. Why should you be first? Lu Xiaoyi said seriously, in the interior, there's no order between us. But we can't just draw straws. That's too childish, right? The only thing we can rely on is the Immortals' teleportation during the Dharma conference. I'm sorry, but I'm first. This monk agrees with that. Everyone thought about it and realized that it was true. The results of the Immortals' teleportation were obvious to all. If they followed this order, at least they wouldn't waste time and wouldn't cause any disputes. Based on the current situation, this was the best way. The geniuses who were ranked at the front all agreed with this arrangement. They believed that they would have a chance to display what they had learned. Moreover, the immortal transference that time had indeed represented the level of everyone's Tao and intent realm. Although it could not be completely equated to combat strength, it was generally not bad. The marching monk was not too happy about it, because his opinion of the interior and exterior serene skies was second only to his fear of the swordsman. He would rather have interior master lose than swordsman be in the limelight. However, he was the one who said that he would not take first place during the spiritual assembly. It would not be nice to slap himself in the face now. He could only pinch his nose and accept it. Fortunately, no matter how strong this swordsman was, he was only a half immortal. His opponent had many exterior masters, and he knew a few who were on par with him. How could this swordsman defeat them all? He was just on par with him. Thus, everyone unanimously agreed that the exterior master on the other side would do the same. However, the exterior masters were more troublesome than them in that they needed to match up with people. Every palace would have at least 2 people, and some even had 3 people. They needed to be compatible with each other in terms of skills. Qing Xian's brain worked quickly. He realized that there was a loophole in the rules of the ingrate. The exterior masters had not discovered it yet, but it did not mean that they would never discover it. Thus, he laughed loudly and shouted to the other side, "Let me teach you a lesson. You can only place 1 person in more than 30 palaces. Then, you can place 10 people in each of the remaining 4 and 5 palaces. This is safer." North Wind was not a pushover either, but he disagreed. "Senior brother, you're wrong. If I only place 1 person in each of the 42 palaces, and only place 50 in each of the palaces, then it's really safe. This is in line with the style of the exterior masters." Qing Xian laughed. 50 people in 100 feet. Only you can think of that. Wouldn't that be like a human pyramid? If the one in front farted, the one behind would be sucked in. The 2 of them jested there, angering the exterior masters so much that they wanted to devour them. This was indeed within the scope of the rules. However, they were all cultivators, and they still cared about their reputation. Originally, 2 or 3 people against 1 person were already too much of an advantage. How could they really gather dozens of people to guarantee that they would win the tug-of-war? If this spread out, how shameless would they be? After a short pause, the exterior masters also made up their minds. Everyone agreed to use this method to determine who would be involved in the affairs of the Henghe boundary. If the interior masters won, the Henghe boundary would have no room to turn the tables. In this cultivation world, there would be no power to resist the pressure of the interior masters. If the exterior masters won, the alliance would be disbanded. Although the alliance still had the advantage in terms of numbers, there were unstable members, tough macrocosm, and external enemies spying on them. There was no way to fight. Rolling his eyes, a long rope appeared in the sky. It seemed to be made of gold and jade, but it was not. No one knew what it was made of, but it was shining and dazzling. Being able to bear unlimited power, it was actually the suppression of the lower realm cultivators by a genuine immortal artifact. In short, one could not pull it apart unless one was an immortal. In the middle of the long rope, at the long flag, there was a silver river billowing. This was not the real Milky Way in history, but the genuine immortal artifact of an ingrate. There was no way to find out its origin. Anyway, whichever side was pulled 1,000 feet, a palace guard would fall into it and choose whether to challenge the other side. It was very considerate, but also an unwritten tacit understanding in the cultivation world. Middle-level and low-level cultivators liked to show off in front of people. They liked to be the center of attention and look down on other cultivators. However, when their realms increased, they preferred to fight quietly if they had the conditions. They did not like to be watched by others. On one hand, it was because they had long lost the narrow-minded desire to be in the limelight. On the other hand, they did not want their various secret arts to fall in front of others easily. Otherwise, after the battle, they would be completely exposed. Of course, there was also an unspeakable awkwardness. With no one watching the battle, they would fight if they cooperated, and retreat if they did not. No one knew the specific situation, so they did not care about losing face. It was not like little Jin Dan, who admitted defeat in front of everyone. After 100 years, they could do it again. With their current status, they could not afford to be humiliated in front of others. If the gap was really too big, if they wanted face, they would have to die. If they did not want to die, they could only lose face. Why bother? They fought quietly and did not want bystanders. Therefore, in past group battles, it was either that everyone would simply fight in a chaotic mess, and no one would be able to take care of anyone else. They would be able to think of something that shouldn't belong to their level, or they would go to a small space to compete. The most unlikely method was the arena. The ingrate understood everyone's mentality, so he created a small Milky Way. It only looked similar on the outside, but it was actually a large-scale battle space, a battle scene. Just like how scholars like to talk about ancient texts, cultivators like to rely on ancient texts no matter what they did. In the future, when people talked about today's grand occasion, they would be able to casually talk about it and talk about it. Chapter 1834. There were 43 people in the interior realm, each occupying a position. Lu Xiaoyi was the first, followed by Marching Monk, then Third Watch, Hong Tiangang, Shi Yi, Hua Hu, Qing Xian, Ji Niu, Yi Lian. Bei Feng was the 31st. By the time it was his turn, the interior realm would have lost. Lu Xiaoyi touched the long rope and sighed. He seemed to have played this in school in his previous life. During sports meets, everyone would support each other with their feet and line up in a staggered manner. In elementary school, they would pull until their necks were red. When they were in high school, they would occasionally organize a competition, but they did not put in any effort. Winning or losing did not matter. What mattered was that they rubbed against their female classmates. Of course, he had his reasons for insisting on being the first. It was not that he was willing to be the first in the world, and it was not that he pitted others and shouldered the danger. There was no other way. He did not know what was going on in the Henghe realm. If he dragged it on, he would definitely lose. He had to seize the time and settle this as quickly as possible. He did not trust others. Could he beat them? What if he beat them and then slacked off? It was all a problem. He might as well do it himself and be straightforward. 3 people? He did not care. It seemed that ever since his primordial spirit stepped out, he had not fought seriously and killed many people. He was itching. It was rare to meet such good opponents, and it was a battle of Tao without karma. Where else could he find such a good thing? The tug of war was about strength. There were countless great Taos of cultivation, both innate and acquired. If each had its own Tao, it would be a mess. Therefore, in principle, no matter what Tao realm you were in, what cultivation you were at, and what you were good at, the final result would be to transform all your abilities into strength. And this magical long rope would only accept strength and nothing else. Even if you wanted to use other innate Tao states to change the 5 elements, yin and yang, it would be useless. The long rope refused to pass. As for how to convert strength, everyone had their own way. Tao state conversion, elemental energy stimulation, bloodline growth, moving mountains and stars, it was all up to you. Strength was the most basic thing that all cultivators could not get around. No one would say that they were not good at it. It was also the origin of Tao. It was the simplest, the most profound, and the most essential. Therefore, since ancient times, there had been a lot of considerations involved in a tug-of-war. It was also the fairest method. Lu Xiaoyi stood in the front row. 2,000 feet away were the geniuses of the exterior who were lining up. At such a distance, their faces were almost touching. The exterior cultivator closest to Lu Xiaoyi looked straight at Lu Xiaoyi with a cold, murderous look. It was hilarious. There was still time. "Malu, what's so strange about the guy I bumped into on my way here that you had to deal with him alone?" Qing Xian scoffed. "This person's art of supplementation is amazing." "Listen to me." After a while, North Wind joined in. He was very curious about the tug-of-war. "What do you guys think about the odds of my sky of interior winning in a tug-of-war?" Qing Xian sighed. "Can you not be so childish? If it's just a tug-of-war, we shouldn't have agreed to this kind of competition." The difference between ancient techniques and waning realm was in the application of Tao realm concepts, never in the cultivation of magic power. Furthermore, which one of these people walked the path of degenerate? It's also an ancient technique, but it's not recognized by the sky of interior. There are many applications of power, but the core still comes from cultivation. The difference in numbers is obvious. "I'm afraid we won't be able to win." North Wind nodded. "Yes, we all think so too. The key is in the fight. A tug-of-war is just a way to choose opponent. It's called a tug-of-war, but it's actually a disguised battle." "What countermeasures do you two have?" Lu Xiaoyi chuckled. "What countermeasures? I say we should just lose to them on purpose and fight as fast as possible. Do you think the sky of interior will agree to that?" North Wind was a little confused. This idea was unexpected, but considering that they had to help the alliance besieging Hung River as soon as possible, it made some sense. However, it was obvious that most of the geniuses of the interior would not agree. They wanted to crush them in all aspects. Qing Xian came up with a bad idea. "Isn't it easy to lose? Don't go easy on them. There are 3 of us, and I'll pull a few trustworthy ones. If we all go easy on them, we'll lose even if we don't want to. It's good if we lose, at least we can choose opponents immediately." North Wind was speechless. "Are you serious?" Lu Xiaoyi was very serious. "Of course not. Looking at the whole process of the competition, in order to achieve the goal as soon as possible, we have to lose the first few matches quickly, and then we have to hold on. You have to give us time to fight, right? Can't you wait for me to finish and come out to see that it's all over?" While they were joking, the sky of exterior was also done. They couldn't be blamed for dragging it out. When it came to forming a team, there were too many things to consider. There were always those who did not fit in, those who were aloof, and those who thought they did not need help from others. When everything was ready, the little Milky Way began to flicker. When the flickering stopped, it was time for both sides to fight. Lu Xiaoyi got into a stance. He leaned sideways and held the long rope with one hand in front and one in reverse. It was a feeling he had not felt in a long time. At the beginning, he still had to try his best. At least he had to test his opponent's strength. That way, he could roughly see the overall strength of the sky of exterior. Even if he wanted to lose the first match as soon as possible, there were different ways to lose. He couldn't be pulled up into the air, right? The flickering of the little Milky Way became weaker and weaker. When the flowing colors disappeared, it was time to fight. Someone exhaled loudly and shouted with his divine sense. The long rope straightened instantly. The strength added to it was enough to drag a big planet. Under such a collision of strength that was far beyond comprehension, the long rope did not show any signs of breaking. It was as if it was just a few naughty children playing a game. A real immortal's item was unimaginable. Lu Xiaoyi tried his best, including Qing Xian and the others, but the result was not good. After a few moments of stalemate, it slid firmly towards the sky of exterior. Although it was slow and there were some reversals in the middle, the trend was obvious. Obviously, in terms of total cultivation, the sky of exterior had a considerable advantage. This was expected. Although they were both half-immortal monsters, the difference was in other aspects. In terms of the fundamental cultivation of cultivators, the sky of interior did not have an absolute advantage. Even if there was a great disparity in numbers, it was a natural result. This was the world of cultivation. There was no such thing as a fatty holding a rope and sitting on the ground. Perhaps everyone still had strength and room to explode. However, the problem was that the sky of exterior on the opposite side was the same. With the movement of the long flag, the winner was decided. Next was the main event, the battle. This time, Lu Xiaoyi was speaking to the marching monk. "Monk, I need time to fight. You guys have to hold on. You might have to go in when I come out. So we can't relax just because we have to fight." Marching monk nodded silently. Looking at the current situation, there was no chance for him to play any trick. After the swordsman went in, even if he could end the battle quickly, how fast could the 2 or 3 opponents be? If the swordsman went to fight in the Milky Way, the tug-of-war outside would not stop. In other words, before the swordsman came out, he might be pulled into the little Milky Way as well. The battle was not easy. Chapter 1835. Xiao Mountain no longer had the color of snow, but blood. 10 breaths. After a brief moment of chaos, the Hung River Coalition army quickly recovered from their panic. As for the wretched state of the insect swarm, who cared about it? In fact, the Shenyuan swordsman army's first attack was really aimed at the insect swarm because of their large numbers. However, under the sword formation's twisting, half of them were lost in just a few breaths. There was nothing they could do about it. Yi Shichou Khan was very quick-witted and immediately made a decision. Everyone, set up a defense at the Old Man Peak. He didn't choose to charge out. Even if he used his butt to think, he knew that since Shenyuan had already predicted their arrival, how could Zhuju's accomplices not be in the blue sky? As long as he charged out and scattered, he would immediately fight for himself and become the prey of Shenyuan and Zhuju's people. This was exactly what the other side wanted. He couldn't walk into the trap. Once they entered the universe, the void was boundless. How many of them could escape from the Sword Vein's pursuit while running? There were also countless difficulties in the path. In the end, how many of them could run back to Hung River? Right here, right at Xiao Mountain, right at the Old Man Peak, and the wormhole's escape route. This was much better than a group of people running in the main world. At least they could stay together. Moreover, didn't the Shenyuan swordsman not care about the bottles and jars on Xiao Mountain? Then I want to see if you really don't care. Or are you pretending to not care? The swordsman's attack didn't care about the plants and buildings on Xiao Mountain at all. However, from another point of view, they might be using this kind of indifference to cover up their care. If they really flew out, they might do as they wish. Right at the Old Man Peak, there were 13 peaks around Xiao Mountain. It was completely within the monarch's attack range. When the time came, not a single peak would be left behind. As long as the Shenyuan people dared, he would play along. This was a psychological battle between them. In any case, if they were in the Hung River sector's temple, he definitely wouldn't tolerate this kind of destruction. With their current strength, there were still 10 intact Henghe young gods, nearly 20 great shamans of the Enclave Earth, 7 rogue young god friends who had shared weal and woe with them, and some of the remaining big insects. Their strength on paper was not bad. Should they defend where they were, break out of the encirclement, or fight guerrilla warfare in the sky? They were all options. However, there was a high probability that they would not jump around randomly in the blue sky continent, because it would cause huge casualties to the mortals. He was happy here. Once the Hung River was broken, the blue sky continent people would definitely take revenge. He could not do that. They still had some time here. The reinforcements from the 5th ring were too far away to reach, and the left Jew needed time to gather as well. Only the Green Sky Empire's local people would be able to arrive faster, but with only a few of them, they wouldn't be a problem. They needed to make a plan for their actions here. The previous plan could be said to have succeeded because Mount Yi was destined to cease to exist. However, it could also be considered a failure because it was hard to say how many of these people would be able to return safely. It all depends on which angle you look at this problem from. The sword formation shrank inward and focused on one point, ignoring the human cultivators. Its focus was on the insect nest that had already become much smaller. Under the surging of the sword tide, in less than 10 breaths of time, the entire Chong nest that had been compressed was completely annihilated. It was actually an empty nest. No wonder the insects did not pledge their lives to defend it. The insects, who had always been inflexible, also played a little trick this time. At least, the foundation of their race was still there, and there would be a day when they could rise again. This was a bit unexpected for the swordsman. In fact, even the people of Henghe were kept in the dark. However, Yi Shicho did not say anything. He still needed the help of more than 10 young god insects, and infighting now would not help him. Guan Shan sighed and passed down the order. All Shenyuan disciples, listen up. It is not Mount Yi below. Just treat this as a desolate planet. Don't think about the consequences when you use your sword. Killing people is the real thing. Once the order was passed down, the swordsman's endless killing intent rose. Although the Blue Sky forces had already surrounded the northern region, and the Left Ju forces were on their way to encircle the Blue Sky forces, they had never thought of relying on anyone. If they did not rely on anyone, no one would be able to break out of this level of Mount Yi. They probably think that we actually care about every blade of grass and tree on Mount Yi. That's why they're staying here, hoping that we won't attack them. Bu Lian was as calm as ever. Of course we care. However, we care more about burying all the enemies who dare to invade Mount Yi here. The new life of Mount Yi will be irrigated with the blood of the people of Henghe. Are you all ready? If you are, then let's begin. Don't give them too much time to think. Let them know that once the swordsman's flying swords are activated, they will never stop until the enemy is dead. The people of Henghe were relying on Zhonglao Peak to build a defensive circle. In order to prevent mutual interference due to unfamiliarity, they simply built a defense according to their orthodoxies. 7 rogue young gods used Dao Realm to build the outer layer of defense, weakening the attack of the flying swords. The Edo shamans used witchcraft to build the middle layer of defense. The core of the inner layer was provided by the people of Henghe. They evolved a closed loop of the sacred river, within which there were divine bestowment. The 10 or so large insects were responsible for dealing with sudden changes. They could not contribute much to the system, and their fighting style was completely different from that of humans. Just as everyone was quickly building a defense system, a faint vibration came from inside Zhonglao Peak, and it was endless. Yi Shou Khan and Emperor Yi looked at each other, and their hearts sank. The wormhole was completely destroyed. They did not know how it was done. In the previous sword formation, they had especially provided protection for the space near the wormhole, and they could also sense that there was no special space aura seeping in. If it was still destroyed, it could only be from the land of exiles. Those exiles who seemed to be submissive on the surface had played them. On the surface, they were respectful, but in reality, they were treacherous. This was the first blow. Then there was the second. A Henghe young god reminded him, "Chief Khan, the dimensional space has been sealed. I think we have been hit by the Matrix technique or the Tao revelation. During this period, our spatial abilities can't be used." Yi Shou Khan's heart sank again. When they were in the Henghe realm, they had chosen young gods who were proficient in dimensional space because it was easy to break through and escape. However, they did not expect the Shenyuan people to be shrewd and ruthless. They had immediately used an iron fist to seal the space passage. At least from the looks of it, it was impossible to leave through the anti-space exile. However, he did not despair. With their strength, it was not a problem for them to break through the main world. The only question was how much they were willing to pay. He and Emperor Yi agreed to temporarily defend and observe the real situation of Xuanyuan's sword formation. Once the time was ripe, they would immediately form a team and attack. The purpose of strictly guarding the mountain was to destroy everything in Ji Mountain as much as possible. Even if they failed miserably in the end, they would only end up dying together with the people of Ji Mountain. Chapter 1836. The people of Henghe River had unknowingly changed their mindset. From having a way out, they now only had one way out. The road was getting narrower and narrower. In fact, until now, they had not seen the real power of the Shenyuan swordsman. The sword formation was very powerful, but it was a group formation and could not reflect the strength of an individual. All the swordsmen had to follow the rules of the sword formation. They could not come up with new ideas and ruin the rhythm of the sword formation. What mattered was the whole. The insects were destroyed. Now, there were not many insects left. When it was time to deal with the human young gods, it was a different scene. Under the control of a few young gods, the sword formation was completed. Although their appearance did not change, the internal coordination mechanism was completely new. Every 100 Yuanying formed a team, led by a perfected cultivator, and gathered their sword. 3 young gods did not move. Their role was to find the past and future of their opponents in the chaotic battlefield. The remaining 200 perfected cultivators were divided into 2 teams. They were also gathered together, led by Guan Shan to Zhong. That's right, this was the foundation of Lu Xiaoyi's sword soldier army. The demon sword formation. The so-called formation was always described by mortals as magical, as if it was omnipotent and its power increased exponentially. However, this concept was wrong in the cultivation world. In fact, on the path of cultivation, whether it was spells or flying swords, the most difficult thing to achieve was to increase the power without any damage. 2 swordsmen gathering their swords together was a multiple of 1? Wrong. There were bound to be losses during the gathering. The more people gathered, the greater the losses. It was not a simple number game. The function of a formation was more about changes. It was omnidirectional and had no blind spot. That was why Lu Xiaoyi was so fond of the demon sword formation. It was because it was simple, effective, direct, and violent. For the current Shenyuan swordsman, 100 swordsmen was probably the limit. Any more people would only increase the density of the flying swords, but it would not increase the power of the sword. This was different from the fan-shaped attack of Lu Xiaoyi's sword soldier army. Back then, they were sweeping through the enemy. Now, they were attacking a single person. It was not the same thing. If he wanted to break through the sun god's defense, he had to do it cleanly. This was the only way. From the people of Heng River sneaking in, to the appearance of the insect nest, to the display of the sword array's might, to the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves, to the final gathering of the Heng River army at Zhonglao Peak, to the destruction of the wormhole. So many unforeseen events had actually happened in less than 10 breaths. With the Zerg nest gone, Heng River's defenses were starting to show. The Shenyuan swordsmen had already finished preparing for their next attack while maintaining their rotation. They were preparing to switch from an indiscriminate AoE attack mode to a single-target penetration mode. The invaders weren't aware of this. They had never fought Sword Vane in a team battle before. The Heng River realm was too far away, not to mention the Earth realm. Therefore, under normal circumstances, their defense was quite normal. But since they had come to Pyrolite Mountain, how could it be normal? The first targets to be attacked were the 7 individual young spirits in the periphery. They had different Taoist orthodoxies and different Tao realms. They would only be delayed in the periphery, and there was no hope that they could completely block the attack. But then, the endless sword light suddenly changed from an AoE attack to a single-target attack. 3,000 swordsmen and more than 20 demon swords searched for their targets. Each person had to carry at least 3 swords. Behind each sword was the combined power of 100 Yuanying swordsmen led by a primordial soul-perfected lord. This kind of power had almost reached the limit of a single-target attack. Under the first wave of attack, 6 of the 7 young spirits were killed. The Tao realms that they relied on were useless in the face of absolute power. At the same time that they were killed, the 100 perfected lords began to search for the past and the future. For a moment, the sky above Pyrolite Mountain was like thunder, and the entire northern region could hear it clearly. The huge sword of light illuminated the entire Pyrolite Mountain for thousands of miles. The sonorous sword strikes were deafening. This was the result of hundreds of years of training by the Shenyuan sword vein. They had integrated the humiliation from last time into hundreds of years of training to achieve this kind of unparalleled power. To be honest, it was easier to achieve this kind of coordination with the sword vein. If it was the Dharma vein, it would be extremely difficult. This was because they did not walk the path of explosive power. Yi Shou Khan and Emperor Yi immediately realized the mistake in their strategy. Under this kind of attack, any kind of defense would be useless. They had no experience and did not understand the biggest taboo when fighting against swordsmen. It was completely different from the Dharma vein. Standing here and fighting was equivalent to courting death, including them. They could not be blamed for not having any experience. They might have encountered swordsmen in their lives, but they did not have any experience fighting against swordsman armies. This was a completely different matter. Both of them were decisive people. They knew that the swordsman was slowly leading them to their death. When fighting against swordsmen, there was no other way except to charge out and fight with their lives. Seeing that 4 of his 7 wandering cultivators had died, and the other 3 were still struggling to revive or be killed, Yi Shou Khan gritted his teeth. Everyone, gather together and charge out. Emperor Yi stopped him. Fellow Daoist, you can't. Can't you see it now? We are like frogs being boiled in warm water. Every reaction is within the opponent's expectations. If we gather together and charge out, we don't know what is waiting for us. Don't hold on to any more hope. Stop dreaming. Just treat it as if we are escaping after losing the battle. Just scatter and use the most primitive and clumsy method. Scatter their strength as well. Don't think that we can all escape together. If we run one by one, we will be lucky. Otherwise, if this continues, by the time you want to scatter and escape, there won't be many of us left. As a sacrifice, Emperor Yi's heart was crumbling. All the methods of a grand shaman could not be used in the face of the concentrated attacks of the long-range flying sword. He had long heard of the sword vein in the earth realm. What he heard was exaggerated, but what he saw was even more exaggerated. Its reputation was not in vain. The opponent seemed to be harming his own sect. He used their thoughts of destroying Pyrolite Mountain to trap them in one place. This was the best way to maximize the long-range attacks of the flying sword. Actually, at this point, how could they still have the chance to destroy Pyrolite Mountain? There was no time at all. They no longer considered the idea of measuring the strength of the sword vein. In the current situation, rushing out and surviving was the most important thing. Hung He and his group of idiots had made a series of dazzling moves, but it was useless. Instead, they had lost themselves. They still could not see the situation clearly, and they still wanted to rush out in groups. Spreading out was the best way. Although it was the stupidest and most disorganized, it was still possible that there would be a lot of casualties. However, with the addition of the sun god Big Bug, they still had 40 sun gods, so they could split into 40 directions. The opponent only had 20 or so demon swords, so they could not slash them all. They would definitely miss 10 or so. Once these 10 or so got close to the sword formation, it would definitely cause chaos in the sword formation. The other party's demon swords would naturally be dissolved, and the 20 or so swords that were slashed would be able to rush forward. Such an attack would definitely cause casualties, but at least they would attack and defend each other. There would be hope if they mixed together. They were all sun gods. They could be reborn and tolerate mistakes. Who could stop them when they took advantage of the chaos? The stupidest was the best tactic. Chapter 1837. The space outside the fifth ring was very lively during this period of time. Humans, winged people, Zerg, void beasts, everyone was mixed together, fighting and killing, chasing and escaping. In order to prevent the invaders from entering the fifth ring, the fifth ring cultivators rushed out of the boundary without hesitation and fought with the invaders on countless battlefield. What made the invaders happy was that in this kind of guerrilla warfare, the sharpest force in the fifth ring was not there. This gave them the determination to continue fighting. Although the remaining 2 sword vein forces were also very powerful, they were not as strong as Shenyuan in terms of strength, and their numbers were even more pitiful. For a group like them who won by numbers, they were not fatal. The Heng River people did not lie to them. Otherwise, after learning their lesson once, they might not have fought to the death. Of course, they might not fight to the death now either. Even if they were not humans, they still understood the word control. If they could win, they would fight. If they could not win, they would run. For this reason, the three forces had also coordinated with each other. They all agreed that the most likely way to fall into the trap was to attack the fifth ring. The void beasts were especially insistent on this point. Therefore, it was their specialty to wander around the fifth ring and endlessly harass the fifth ring. What was harassment? When thousands of them gathered together, that was called a decisive battle. Humans were the best at organizing. They were crafty and cunning, so avoiding a large-scale battle with the fifth ring army was also a consensus among them. Usually, there were hundreds of winged people, void beasts, and small groups of insects. The invaders were divided into dozens of groups of various sizes. They weaved in and out of the void, pulling back and forth, causing the fifth ring cultivators to be in a sorry state. The humans thought there would be a decisive battle. For the first time, the invaders felt superior in terms of intelligence. There were no Hung River cultivators to command them here. They acted according to their instincts. Instead, they fought very confidently, like fish in water. This made them even more certain of one thing: humans could only lead human troops. They, as foreign species, had to rely on themselves. After failing to find the main force of the invaders, the fifth ring humans finally began to divide their forces. They had no choice but to divide their forces. Large armies were not flexible enough. How could they catch these scattered groups that did not fight head-on? The real battle began in this situation. The fifth ring had 200 people, 300 people in a battle group. They also divided into dozens of battle groups. This was not all of their strength, but because they had to leave a portion of their strength to defend the fifth ring, they could only bring out so many people who were good at fighting. When everyone was on the move, the gap between them was obvious. The invaders who had spent their entire lives wandering in the void had fully demonstrated their talent in guerrilla warfare, leaving the humans under great pressure and running for their life. They did not suffer many losses, but their morale was declining. This was only the beginning. It was conceivable that they had lost the most powerful mobile swordsman army, lost 40 sun gods, and had the aftereffects of the previous battle at the fifth ring. They also had to leave some strength to defend their home. When all these factors were combined, it was reasonable for them to fight like this. However, humans were good at organizing. Their guerrilla warfare was not completely aimless running around. Instead, they cooperated with each other, had support, and had an overall movement pattern. Therefore, it was difficult for the invaders to fight a battle of annihilation. Both sides had the same mentality. If they could not win, they would run. Everyone did this. There was nothing to be ashamed of. There were also people who were good at fighting in small human armies. For example, there were several teams with supreme sages as their foundation, several teams formed by the three pure ones, and a few powerful orthodoxes. There were 2 teams from the Weijian mountain, and 1 from the firmament sword sect. They cooperated with each other very well. They attacked separately, covered and intercepted, and surrounded the enemy to attack reinforcements. It was the role of these elite teams that maintained the morale of the humans. Although the morale of the humans was declining, they did not disperse. They were dispirited but not useless. The invaders had suffered great losses several times because of the cooperation of these teams. When it came to cooperation, there was always a gap between them and the humans. It was the kind that could not be bridged. Especially when they had 3 different tribes that did not belong to each other. The most disgusting thing was that because of the repeated failures on the battlefield, the fifth ring people had set up a massacre temple in the void to vent their anger. What was a massacre temple? The appearance of this term could be traced back to ancient times. That was the period when the foreign species and humans fought fiercely against each other. They regarded each other as mortal enemies and would easily exterminate each other. Many foreign species died during this period. Of course, many human domains were also destroyed. A massacre temple was a place where these hateful humans piled up the foreign species' corpses after they won a victory. They glued thousands of corpses together into a huge pyramid to show off their achievements, power, and determination. This was a pain in the hearts of the foreign species from ancient times that could never be removed. Eventually, the mutated beasts were beaten into submission. Since then, humans rarely did such evil deeds anymore. Slowly, they disappeared from the world until now. But this time, in the guerrilla warfare outside the Fifth Ring, the humans flew into a rage out of humiliation and used this method to vent their anger. If this could be tolerated, what could be tolerated? Although the scale of the massacre temple was not large, its appearance affected the mood of the humans. It was the source of strength for the foreign species to unite against a common enemy. Under such an outbreak, other than a few powerful teams, most of the human teams lacked courage in battle and collapsed at the first touch. There were few times when they fought to the death. The balance of the war was slowly tilting towards the invaders. But even so, they were very determined not to go to the Fifth Ring to seek death. There must be fresh troops in the Fifth Ring, as well as countless trap. War was a contest of mentality. The so-called constant victory was to cultivate confidence. More often than not, more often than not, more often than not, more often than not. All of this required a process of cultivation. After a period of guerrilla warfare, the higher-ups of the foreign species were delighted to see their own race's morale rising. They were full of confidence. This also meant stronger combat power and fiercer fighting spirit. This was a good thing, but there were also areas that were not coordinated, such as the few massacre temples. There were now 3 massacre temples in a spacious planetary system. They were arranged in the shape of an equilateral triangle. Based on the nature of the humans and the habits of the human cultivators, the real massacre temple should be a triangular cone formed by 4 massacre temples. Only then would it be perfect. This was a bad habit from the ancient times. Its true meaning could no longer be verified. But humans had a compulsive memory. If they did not arrange it properly, something would be missing, and there would be no sense of ritual. The foreign species also understood this point, so they repeatedly instructed their subordinates not to go to that area so as to prevent the 4th massacre temple from being arranged. It was not that they were stupid and did not know to destroy the 3 massacre temples that had been arranged. The foreign species also had their own beliefs and bottom line. One thing they had in common was their respect for the dead. When these skeletons were firmly glued together by the humans using some unknown method, the foreign species had no other choice but to destroy these skeletons. But destroying the skeletons was an attack on their beliefs. So, they could only do this for the time being. They would find a chance to deal with these skeletons after the war ended. Around the 4th massacre temple, both sides began to fight openly and covertly, slowly forming the main theme of this guerrilla warfare. Chapter 1838. In the beginning, this was just the private resentment of the foreign species. Slowly, as the news of the 3 temples spread, many foreign species groups hurriedly passed by. When they saw their own kind, the winged people, the Zergs, and the void beasts, all piled up together, a wave of anger arose spontaneously and gradually spread to the entire invader army. This unsettling aura was being pushed by someone with ulterior motive. Somewhere in the sky, the leaders of the 3 races gathered together for a discussion. The foreign species were the most impatient when it came to meetings, but sometimes it was unavoidable. This was especially true when there was a huge change in the course of the war. After all, they were 3 races and needed to be coordinated. The Zerg leader spoke. No one knew his name because to Zerg, his name was a lifelong secret that would never be revealed to outsiders. We found a powerful human army on the other side of the Fifth Ring. We believe that they are from Yangding and are secretly sneaking into the Fifth Ring. They are up to no good. According to our understanding of the human world, this is the enemy of the Fifth Ring. They are very dirty. The Fifth Ring has used their strength to bully Yangding many times. Yangding almost participated in the last war against the Fifth Ring. Therefore, I think this is good news for us. At the very least, we don't have to worry about the Fifth Ring's forces suddenly appearing. The Void Beast leader also did not have a name. The reason was the same as Zerg. Brother Zerg is right. We Void Beasts have also discovered this force. But it feels like they are still hesitating. I guess they are waiting for us to engage in a large-scale war with the fifth ring people and bite each other before they make a move. Humans are like this. They love to settle small scores and are irresponsible. They obviously have a feud, but they insist on waiting for others to make the first move before reaping the benefits themselves. As the true natives of the void beasts and Zerg's scouting abilities were not to be doubted. The information was accurate. The question was, what could they gain from this information? The winged people's leader remained clear-headed. However, his clear-headedness was completely due to his lack of understanding of the relationship between the human domains in the main world. Furthermore, because they were not familiar with space, they did not have such scouting abilities. Is there a possibility that Yang Ding is actually an ally of the Fifth Ring Alliance and is here to support them? This idea was immediately rejected by the Void Beast and the insect soldiers. Obviously, Yang Ding and the Five Rings were mortal enemies. This time, they were planning to take advantage of the situation and take a bite out of it. However, Yang Ding also couldn't possibly cooperate with them. This was the hypocritical nature of humans. They wouldn't take the initiative to contact him either. Among them, in terms of arrogance, the winged ones were the most arrogant. Recently, the little ones under my winged ones have been experiencing emotional fluctuations, and it's a little hard to suppress. It was also because of such emotions that they became frivolous and rash in battle, losing their sense of propriety and causing losses. I don't need to tell you the reason. I just want to know, what suggestions do you have on the matter of Tu Guan? He couldn't allow this kind of emotion to develop. As the saying goes, an arrogant army is bound to be defeated, and vengeance cannot be held. An appropriate amount of hatred could stimulate one's fighting strength, but excessive hatred could easily lead one to destruction. If this kind of emotion isn't resolved, in the long run, I'm afraid that the little ones will fall into the human schemes. The winged ones were a little special among the three races. They were the strongest in terms of individual combat strength and prided themselves on being noble. They couldn't accept the bones of their own people lying around and were also very dissatisfied with the Alliance's indifference. In view of their powerful strength, the other two races couldn't underestimate the winged ones. The Void Beast nodded. Brother Yi is right. My Void Beast race also has a strong reaction to this. The little ones need a space to vent. Otherwise, if they continue to be depressed, their mentality will be completely controlled by hatred, and it won't be good for the war. I think that Tu Guan was deliberately done by the humans to slowly stir up our impatience and then find an opportunity to use it. Humans are like this. If they can't win in a head-on battle, they will have other thoughts. This has never changed since the beginning of the humans. We can't let this continue. Zerg didn't agree. Among the three races, they didn't care about this the most. Being buried in the battlefield and dying in the void was Zerg's final destination. What was there to be sad about? It didn't matter where the bones were scattered. This was exactly Zerg's warlike nature, but that was just that. Among the three races, Zerg was the weakest in terms of individual combat strength. They relied purely on numbers to win. They preferred large-scale battles and were the least interested in guerrilla warfare. They were also the race that had suffered the most losses since the war began. Therefore, although they didn't care about Tu Guan, they thirsted for battle, a large-scale battle. The humans have a saying, 3 heads are better than Zhuge Liang. Our wisdom may not be inferior to the humans. The humans have a saying in the art of war, what is false is true, what is true is false. Water is impermanent, war is unpredictable. There is no fixed pattern in war. The most important thing is change. Adapting to local conditions and moving randomly is the true way. The Void Beast was very interested and asked curiously, Brother Bug, what do you mean? The winged ones interrupted. How could they let the filthy bug say such an intelligent opinion? It had to be said by the Void Beast. Because among the three races, the winged ones were the most human-like. They just had an extra pair of wings. Therefore, in terms of wisdom, the winged ones had always boasted that they weren't inferior to humans. Our opinion. Guerrilla warfare is only a concrete manifestation of war. At the right time and in the right environment, guerrilla warfare can play a more prominent role than a direct battle. We have already verified this point over the past few days. However, guerrilla warfare is guerrilla warfare. In the end, it can't solve the fundamental problem. This is the limitation of this kind of warfare. A real strategist will never be obsessed with one tactic. If it is too singular, it will be easy for others to find a way to deal with it. Just like the psychological warfare that the humans are using against us now, we need to change. We need to find the possibility of a decisive battle in guerrilla warfare. Even if it isn't a decisive battle, a regional decisive battle is also acceptable. There are two benefits. First, we can release the emotions of the small ones. Long-term guerrilla warfare requires a peaceful mentality. Second, we can catch them off guard. The fifth ring people will never be able to guess that we dare to face them head-on. This will make them never know what our next step is, thus achieving a diversity of tactics. Third, we can harvest lives. Our strength in the void has long surpassed that of the humans. A decisive battle can greatly speed up the progress of this war. Fourth, with a glorious battle record, we can be more proactive in negotiations with the humans and get more benefits. Otherwise, we will never be able to escape the sorrow of being a pawn of the humans. What he said was very reasonable. He even said what the bughead said, which made it very dissatisfied. What the hell? It was clearly the bughead who came up with this idea first, but in the end, the winged ones took advantage of it. They couldn't even count them, and they still looked like they were strategizing. Did they think that just because they looked like humans, they were humans? Chapter 1839. Among the three races, the void beast's body was the largest, but the funny thing was that its brain was the smallest. However, it was satisfied to be called one of the three cobblers, even though it didn't know what kind of person the cobblers were. He had his own insistence. Fifth ring, not going. The winged man once again spoke before Bughead. Not fifth ring, but Tu Guan. Brother Bug, am I right? Finally, it was Bughead's turn. Brother Wing is right. No matter what, fifth ring cannot go. I'm sure that if we attack fifth ring, Yang Dingtian will definitely withdraw to show his innocence. Therefore, we will choose Tu Guan as the location of the decisive battle. Didn't the humans always want to build another Tu Guan to form a triangle? We will follow their wishes, but not be too obvious. We have to be hesitant. Want. The winged man saw that Bughead was feeling uncomfortable and continued for him. Refuse but give up. Refuse but accept. Bughead nodded. Yes. The human's idiom is very annoying. They can clearly explain in a few sentences, but they just have to use four. Will they die if they say a few more sentences? It's easy to cause ambiguity. We don't expect to have a decisive battle as a whole. We just need to attract some human practitioners. I've seen Tu Guan before. It's just a few planets that extend in all directions. It can't hold people. As long as we can attack the humans once, the trend will be set. Furthermore, if we attack, Yang Dingtian will definitely attack fifth ring at the same time, so. The winged man had no choice but to attack again. Internal and external problems. Bughead didn't feel awkward. Yes, internal and external problems. Under such internal and external problems, the fifth ring people won't be able to make a comeback. We have already completed our mission. When the time comes, we will look at the difference in strength and weigh the gains and losses. Should we continue to fight, or? The winged man was tired from listening. Go straight to the root of the problem. Although his words weren't very clear, which was the consequence of not communicating with others, Bughead's train of thought was very clear and very reasonable. The real reason for this was that the other worldlings lacked patience and did not want to fight for a long time. The deep-rooted madness in their nature was at work, and this was something they could not understand. With that, the three cobblers began their self-righteous strategy. In fact, it was very simple. They deliberately sent a few guerrilla teams to pretend to be indignant and rush in to dissect the Tu Guan's image. This would attract the humans to surround them, and then they would surround them from the outside. Bughead said excitedly, "We'll call call, the winged man was already used to finding out and filling in the gaps. Test the waters. Lure the snake out of its hole. The other worldlings did not understand that most of the time, when the three cobblers were together, he was still the cobbler. However, this period of guerrilla warfare had exhausted too much of their patience. This guerrilla warfare strategy was suggested to them by the people of Henghe River before they came. It was very effective, but it was not in line with their nature. During this period of battle, the other worldlings were struggling between success that was not in their nature and risk that was in their nature. They firmly remembered the principle of not entering the fifth ring. They naturally thought that as long as they did this, they would not fall into the trap of the humans. This was a rather complicated psychological process. However, to perfectly grasp the psychological changes of these other worldlings was not something an ordinary person could do. However, under Chang Jin's command and various methods of guidance, the three cobblers still fell into the trap of the humans step by step. In the subsequent battle, small groups of other worldlings constantly went to provoke the two Guan, but the humans were smart enough not to fall for their tricks. They only sent a few teams and left as soon as they touched the two Guan. This made it impossible for the other worldlings to succeed in their encirclement. Instead, it was the invaders who started to become anxious. There was no meaning in going around in circles with one or two teams. They could not achieve the goal of a decisive battle, so they started to increase the number of teams while secretly cursing the cunning of the humans. However, they were also very clear that the humans were cunning and greedy. They did not fall for the trap because they were afraid of an ambush. When the humans thought that they were safe, they would definitely fall for the trap. This was a process of a battle of mentality. It was a matter of who lost their cool first. If one enlarged their field of vision and stood at a high enough position to look at this space, they would realize that regardless of whether it was the humans or the other worldlings, they were all moving around the two Guan, forming a huge circle. They were competing with each other on the periphery of the circle and were secretly paying attention to the movement of the grass in the center. There would always be teams from both sides who would pretend to accidentally barge into the two Guan, but they would leave as soon as they touched the two Guan. They were waiting to see the other party's reaction. The node of this collision was the tacit understanding and recognition of both sides at the same time, until one day, somewhere outside the circle, a perfected lord reported to Chang Jin. Senior, Yang Ding and the immemorial beasts have reached the designated location. The universe is vast and it is not easy to hide. It is only a matter of time before they are discovered. We cannot delay for too long. Chang Jin smiled slightly. Then let's begin. Our other worldlings are already very anxious from waiting. We will satisfy their request and hope to give them a huge surprise. The strange creatures were still probing around the two Guan area. This time, there were some changes. They bumped into two groups of humans. According to the previous practice, this should have been a simple encounter. However, the human cultivators were very tough this time. They dealt a heavy blow to their opponent. The other worldlings who had suffered a huge loss were not reconciled. Thus, they summoned a few teams to surround and beat up the humans. This time, the fifth ring team did not retreat. However, they were outnumbered and were defeated out of the two Guan, leaving a few teams of other worldlings to flaunt their strength in the center. A few days later, more than 10 human teams suddenly pounced. It was very clear that they wanted to create another two Guan when the other worldlings gathered. The other worldlings were also unusually tough. They did not run or escape, but stood on the spot to resist. Just like this, under the intentions of both sides, the number of teams at the two Guan increased. It had already changed from a guerrilla warfare to a positional battle. Both sides used the tactic of adding fuel to the fire because this tactic was the least likely to scare the other side. When the number of both sides had exceeded a limit, it was not easy to turn around and run away. It was like if a few scouts and a few tens of thousands of soldiers turned around, the effect would be completely different. It was difficult to hide the shame. The higher-ups of the other worldlings saw an opportunity. With an order, the three major races pounced on the humans at the two Guan. The fifth ring team could not dodge in time. They had no choice but to increase the number of troops on the spot and find a way to escape after resisting. Under the connivance of both sides, a great battle was brewing. However, in terms of numbers, the otherworldlings had the absolute advantage. The humans had the advantage of being more organized. When the tens of thousands of human practitioners gathered together to form a formation, a sense of desolation arose spontaneously. This made the otherworldlings not dare to act rashly. They had no choice but to form a tighter formation. They were not as loose as they were at the start of the battle. Next, it was a question of who would swallow who. Chapter 1840. Somewhere in the sky outside Hung River, a tug-of-war of death that hadn't been seen for many years was going on. The competition was intense, but above Darfur, nothing unexpected happened. The whole process of tug-of-war was completely out of Lu Xiaoyi's expectations. Unexpectedly, this was different from the traditional tug-of-war, a huge difference. In people's impression of tug-of-war, there was one thing that was easy to overlook, and that was that the strength you obtained actually came from the solid ground beneath your feet. This was a simple problem of force and reaction, so when you wanted to use 50 kilograms of strength, you had to find a supporting point. Otherwise, the reaction force of the 50 kilograms of strength would act on the cultivator's body, causing you to fly forward uncontrollably. When you used 10,000 kilograms of strength, it was equivalent to installing a 10,000 kilogram engine behind your butt, and the only result was that you would fly out. In the void, of course, it was impossible to stand on the ground, so how could this force be resolved? How to make yourself stand firmly in the same place after using all your strength became a problem that every cultivator had to face. This wasn't the same as a battle, but a pure competition of strength. Strength had its own essence, and force and reaction force were the core of it. It couldn't be avoided. If it was a battle, cultivators would use other methods to resolve the reaction force, such as the most common escape method. When you threw out a punch of 10,000 kilograms of strength, your body would obtain a 10,000 kilogram reaction force, and with this, your escape speed would increase. It was very similar to the bearing of the universe. But not now, you had to be nailed to the ground. Therefore, every cultivator would use the cultivation method or Tao realm they were good at to establish a foothold beneath their feet. Some moved mountains, and some directly moved planets. 8 immortals crossing the sea, each showing their own magical powers. Therefore, tug-of-war wasn't purely a competition of strength, but a competition of how much strength you could exert, and how firm the supporting point beneath your feet was. This involved a comprehensive ability, and wasn't completely determined by combat strength or cultivation level. For example, Lu Xiaoyi was invincible in swordsmanship, but in terms of tug-of-war, he definitely wasn't the best among these people, because his cultivation level wasn't the best, and his comprehensive ability was even worse. The supporting point beneath his feet couldn't completely support his strength, and to him, he could only exert 50% of his strength. It wasn't that he was lazy, but if he exerted more strength, he wouldn't be able to stand firmly. Situations like his could be found everywhere. After all, no one cultivated for the sake of a tug-of-war. Therefore, the current situation was very chaotic. It did not represent one's strength or anything at all. It could only be said that the geniuses of the Heaven of Interior performed well in terms of comprehensive ability. It was not easy for them to not be defeated when their numbers were less than half. Seeing his body moving forward uncontrollably, getting closer and closer to that small silver river, he inexplicably thought of the ancient cultivators of the ancient times. They knew that death was right in front of them, but they still persisted, unwilling to give up. What kind of firm belief did this require? Or it could be said that it was despair after knowing that the situation was hopeless. He scanned with his divine sense, and found that the hundreds of interior and exterior half-immortals were in different postures. Some were like him, falling backward normally, and some were leaning forward with ropes on their shoulders. There were also some who tied ropes to their waists, and all kinds of strange postures. It was no different from a game in the mortal world. The marching monk's face was solemn, and he rarely took the initiative to speak to him. Don't look around. Remember the time of the first battle. I can guarantee that after you enter, I'll help you fight for as much time as you can, but I'm not sure how much more time you can get. It turns out that this small Milky Way should have a time displacement function, but the ingrate didn't activate it. He was full of malice toward the interior realm, and he didn't even bother to hide it. You go first, and don't embarrass everyone. Lu Xiaoyi laughed. This guy also had a temper. Now, he finally tied himself to the interior realm's honor and disgrace. The so-called time displacement referred to the time flow in the high-end treasures used by true immortals. The flow of time inside the treasures was different from the flow of time outside. Under normal circumstances, for a battle like this, no matter how long the battle lasted after he entered, when he came out, it would only be an instant in everyone's eyes. It wouldn't affect the whole process of the tug-of-war. However, if the time flow inside and outside the small Milky Way was the same, if he fought slowly inside, the tug-of-war might have ended by the time he came out, and it would be meaningless. It was full of uncertainty. If everyone went in and didn't come out, what would happen in the end? No one would be left alive at both ends of the long rope. An empty rope, and then see who came out first. The rules were full of loopholes. The competition was far-fetched. Who knew what that ingrate was thinking? Our interior realm put the stronger ones in front, but I don't know how the other side is arranged. Or is it out of order? The marching monk snorted. The stronger they are, the further back they are to show their status in the exterior realm. Also, they know that they have the upper hand in the tug-of-war, so they won't have the chance to enter the battle first. Lu Xiaoyi suddenly thought of a problem. What if I come out, where should I go? I can't be at the back, right? If I'm at the front, where else can I go? Everyone was speechless. This was indeed a problem, and they didn't know the answer yet. They could only decide after they came out. It could be seen that this was obviously not a familiar game. It was just the ingrate's inspiration to imitate the ancient times, but there were countless loopholes in it. If one thought about it carefully, it didn't seem to be completely biased towards the exterior realm. It was more like a troublemaker. In the cultivation world, no one did anything without a purpose. The higher the realm, the more so. Troublemaking was just the surface, but there might be a deeper purpose behind it. What could it be? Was it targeting people or things? Individuals or groups? Lu Xiaoyi couldn't tell, but he thought of the worst. Could it be related to him? If it was related to him, then which side was it targeting? His brain turned quickly, and he instantly found a possibility. When he was mobilizing the troops, he met the bamboo hat, and the vicious backup, the trace of the primordial Tai breath. Could it be that he wanted to know why he chose the past? Putting all of these together, he had a rough idea of what was going on. Someone wanted to destroy his Taoist path, so that he would never be able to take the step of immortal ascension. Therefore, he sent the bamboo hat. It looked like he was chasing after him, but in fact, he hid the purpose of injecting the breath into his body. No matter which part of the past he chose, it would conflict with the breath. Naturally, all his previous efforts would be wasted at the moment of immortal ascension. However, he avoided this disaster with the help of his missing mother, so he knew this plan like the back of his hand. But others didn't know. There must be people who wanted to see if this plan was successful. If he chose one of the two parts of the past, people would think that he had fallen into a trap with no bright future, and they would give up on further persecution. However, if they knew that he had restored the past of an ordinary person like the young master of Lu province, then the next harm would be sure to come. Would that be the case? Chapter 1841. There were many taboos about the past and future. There were also many rules. In protecting the past and future, there were differences in difficulty, initiative, and passivity. There were many things to pay attention to. Under normal circumstances, the future was better than the past, because the higher one went on the path of cultivation, the harder it was to chain. It was easy for others to find clues. But the past was different. There were endless possibilities. The most direct way to discover a cultivator's past and future was to kill them in the present world. This was also the clearest way to see. Therefore, ensuring that one was not killed in the present world was the best defense. Guandu and the other young gods used an extreme method of rebirth during the first battle of the Five Rings. This was very inappropriate for the swordsman, but limited by the environment and situation at that time, as well as Zerg's unfamiliarity with the human past, he only did it occasionally. If the opponent was a human, this method was absolutely not advisable. In addition to killing the opponent in the present world to see the past and future, there were also great cultivators who had special abilities to see the past and future without killing the opponent. For example, Lu Xiaoyi's future was seen by the marching monk through the Nirvana Dao realm, but the premise was that he did not deliberately hide it. Moreover, he only had one future, so he disdained to hide it. He did not want to see it. His past was also seen by two half-immortals when he was in Yuanying, but this kind of seeing was limited. First of all, he was not prepared. Because of the huge difference in realm, he was slow in this aspect. If it was now, no one could see his past without killing him, because he now had this knowledge. Secondly, the two half-immortals could see, but this kind of seeing could not determine the datum point of rebirth. For a cultivator, there were countless parts of the past, so there was no basis for judgment at all. It was useless to look at the past. Other than being confused, there was nothing to see. Therefore, to truly see the past and the future, it was still the fastest way to kill the present world. Only then could one discover the clues of the past reference point in the instant of rebirth. Only then could one greatly reduce the scope of the target and form an effective kill. What Lu Xiaoyi learned from the sword Dao Stele was how to judge the past through the signs of rebirth in this moment. Then, if this ingrate really wanted to do this, he would definitely meet such a heavenly monster of the exterior who could see the past and future of the opponent without killing them. Through all kinds of strange methods, he had the ability to cover it up. However, this required an additional expenditure of spiritual energy. To all of them who were at the primordial spirit realm, looking at their opponent's past and future was like taking off one's pants to vent. It was an unnecessary move. You don't need to look into the past or future to kill an essence divinity cultivator. You only need to kill the present. What's the use of looking into your opponent's past and future? No one would waste time and energy in a battle that could change at any moment. Unless he had other intentions. By the same logic, for a soul cultivator, was there a need to waste energy to cover up his past in battle? There was no need for that, because under normal circumstances, no one would watch your videos. If you did that, it meant that you were hiding something. Therefore, if Lu Xiaoyi didn't allow anyone to see his past in the upcoming battle, it meant that he had already discovered this vicious plan against him and had taken precautions against it. It was bound to attract endless trouble, and it was trouble from a higher level that he couldn't afford to offend. It would be even more bizarre and impossible to guard against. The conclusion was that he had to pretend that he didn't know anything and didn't have any defenses against his past. He couldn't let others see his countless past as a normal person. What he needed to hide was the countless past of the young master of Lu province. He had to show the two parts of his past that might not belong to him to others. He would fall into the small Milky Way in half an hour. Before that, he had to deal with this matter properly, just in case. In the cultivation world, every step was a trap. Especially as the successor of Xuanyuan's sword vein and the leader after the Crow ancestor, he was destined to face more schemes. It could be believed that the Crow ancestor had caused a lot of dissatisfaction in the immortal court. He couldn't imagine who would sincerely support him. One mistake had caused the Crow ancestor to poke a hole in the sky. Now, another mistake had caused Lu Xiaoyi to tear the hole even bigger. Were the immortals so forgetful? His upper realm was technically traceable, but in terms of the environment, it was full of dangers. There were too many things that he needed to be on guard against. Moreover, he knew nothing about the upper realm. Where could the memories of the past and the things in the depths of his soul be hidden without being noticed? Lu Xiaoyi began to search in his sea of consciousness. Neither the Sparrow Palace nor the Great Dao Fragment could be guaranteed. Slowly, he focused his attention on the trace of the ancient aura that appeared during the Taiyi era. He still couldn't determine what kind of nature it was. It definitely didn't belong to any innate Great Dao. But since this thing would cooperate with the eruption of his small universe when the era changed, it was destined to be an inseparable connection. Why not hide the past here? Even if it was fused in advance. Fortunately, the young master of Lu Province's memory was still recovering and wasn't very clear. Fortunately, the two parts of his past hadn't completely faded away. Otherwise, things like the past couldn't be hidden no matter what. This decision was a little hasty. For a danger that might not exist, he put himself in another danger, but he still decided to do it. His life was more important. Half an hour passed quickly. Before he fell into the small Milky Way, he signaled to the marching monk, "Remember your promise. This isn't for me, but for you, for the interior heaven." In a trance, he didn't know where to go. He only felt that he was in a long galactic river with no boundaries and no living creatures. The next moment, he felt 3 breaths in the distance. He was lucky to encounter 3 enemies for the first time, which was a small probability event. With a shake of his flying sword, he had already leaped out. Putting everything else aside, he wanted to fight to his heart's content first. Obviously, in this seemingly boundless Milky Way, neither side could hide their whereabouts through secret arts. Lu Xiaoyi could sense the 3 of them, and the 3 of them could also sense him. At the very least, this prevented one side from stalling for time by hiding. This also confirmed his conjecture that the immortal Ingrate was indeed biased towards the exterior realm. But other than this bias, he had a more important purpose. Who were the 3 opponents? He didn't know. Because this was the Ingrate's arrangement. Of course, the Ingrate wouldn't say it out loud. He said it was random. The genuine immortal realm was his treasure. Who would believe you if you said it was random? It was just a facade of fairness on the surface. If he could figure this out, the 3 opponents were also very clear about this. Therefore, they didn't avoid and charged head-on. 3 breaths, one of which was spiritual and soul power, this was a dead spirit. One of which was cursed, this was a black magic. One of which was the real body of an ancient sorcerer. Was this the ancient sorcerer of Earth? Each orthodoxy was weirder than the other. They had fundamental differences with both Taoism and Buddhism. No wonder the interior heaven didn't tolerate them. This battle was going to be interesting. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.